Yeah, at least with 30 minutes after move 40, I'm confident in playing a good endgame. Now I see like world champions making basic kind of blunders quite regularly. So it does kind of, in the back of my mind, I'm like a bit of a purist. I'm like, I miss those times when I learned from, you know, Kasparov making these incredible, like Fischer, Tal, incredible endgame ideas. They don't exist anymore.
But you know why those existed? It's because they had adjournments, right? You know, they were there working through the night. They were like, hey, come on, Bob, come on, come on, Gary, come on, Mikhail, come, let's study together and let's exchange ideas. And then you had those beautiful ideas.
And I wonder that if eventually you just sort of adapt yourself to such a way when you know that there isn't going to be bonus time, that you manage it in such a way that you have those extra minutes for the end game. So it's all about adjusting and adapting and being forced to do that.
Exactly. I don't think it's a coincidence Sindarov won the candidates, by the way. Like, he was playing super fast, super confident. He had time in the bank. I don't think it's a coincidence that Bibisara is playing so well here. She does the same. She gets 20 moves of theory, and she's being practical. She's got time in the bank just in case she needs it. I don't know. I think it's, like we said, players need to adjust. If this is the new normal, and I think it should be, then players need to speed up, trust themselves.
Good time to be a commentator, David Howell.
Yeah, I'm glad it's not me playing in there. In the meantime, Wesley looking very chilled. I mean, he's doing an Alireza right now. I do wonder, like, poking the bear, like, you don't spell solid without so. We've said that before. You can't spell virtuoso without so. I mean, normally when you start waking him up, Wesley, so he can come at you. And I love the fact that he's been aggressive
David
today.
Howell.
I'm glad it's not me playing in there. In the meantime, Wesley looking very chilled.
But you know what they say, David Howell, you come at the king, you best not miss.
And
this looks like the kind of position where Wesley's gone all out, right, with his knight and queen looking good. But I want to point out that White's position is incredibly healthy right now. With the dark squares not anymore under danger, the bishop and the knights traded off the board. No more bishop on a7. Is there realistically an attack on White's king? It looks scary, but very often it's not the case, and then you start questioning, have I overextended on the king side? Is g4 going to be a bit of a weakness? Once White is able to get d4 in, David, you can start regretting a lot of your decisions here. Not anymore under danger. The bishop and the knights traded off the board. No more bishop on a7.
I think he's defending his
Is
rook
there
as well.
realistically an attack on White's king?
Could be the one
It looks
attacking
scary,
on the side.
but very often it's not the case, and then you start questioning, have I overextended on the king side? Get the bishop out. Going to be a bit of a weakness. Once White is able to get d4 in, David, I was going to go for e6. You can start regretting a lot of your decisions. I don't think f5 makes a lot of sense at this point. You just open up your entire king side. White takes everything, and it just feels like White is ready for this.
And I was kind of thinking of what Magnus's plan was, and I was thinking, I love this idea of going f3 and getting bishop h4 square, but I also, this was my thought.
I was going to go for e6.
Bishop h4,
I don't
and
think
then
f5 makes a lot of
it's going
sense
to be
at
anyone's
this
game.
point. You just open up your entire king side.
And
White
that would
takes
explain his
everything,
mysterious last move, which did
and it
cost him
just
a lot of
feels like
time.
White is ready for
Maybe
this.
12 minutes.
I was kind of thinking
now
of
f3
what
would
Magnus's
lose some
plan
material.
was, and I was thinking, I love this idea of going f3 and getting bishop h4 square,
Interesting
but
that
I
the computer says
also,
it's not a big deal.
this was my
Bishop retreats,
thought.
pawn is captured, but
Bishop
Magnus
h4,
playing
and
21
then
hints at f3, defending his
it's
rook.
going to be anyone's game.
You just
bishop
open up your
e6.
entire king side.
I think taking is very nice for black.
Super happy.
It did cost
It
him a lot
feels
of
like
money.
White is ready
f5
for
will
this.
never ever happen. So Magnus more likely to run away with his bishop.
I love this
By
idea
pressure to the knight. If it moves, then he can break out with d4 and slide the bishop back. The computer says it's not a big deal. So tense.
This was my thought.
Pawn is captured, but
Love it. I still haven't come to the conclusion as to who's attacking who. It feels like maybe they
long
both.
term, I do like White's position here. If Black is able to, let's say get those trades in on that e6 square or get a successful f5, we're talking, or maybe knight e7, knight g6 idea. If you have enough time to execute that, and I don't think it's going to be easy, I feel that Magnus is the one with the threats, whether it's an f3 break or the
Still
d4
haven't come
break.
to the conclusion as to who's attacking who.
Magnus, at least long term,
maybe they
Long term, I do like White's position here. If Black is able to, let's say get those trades in on that e6 square or get a successful f5, we're talking, or maybe knight e7, 96 idea. If you have enough time to execute that, and I don't think it's going to be
maybe
easy.
he's hiding his hair.
I feel that
we've been talking about it so
Magnus
much.
is the one with the threats, whether it's an F3 break or the
He really
D4
wants
break.
this game. I think he really wants to win this tournament, especially after the start. If he was to put to bed all the doubts that people have been talking about on social media, saying, okay, he's rusty, he's been inactive, he wants to make the point now more than ever.
But it's a kind of position which does require 100% energy, because if you go for the wrong plan, like for instance we saw in this particular situation, that if Magnus is careless, captures that bishop, then that is going to be a move that helps Wesley. So now he has to play very precisely and just really make those objective assessments. Bishop to b5 is a move that we were looking at, but it's with the idea of going d4 and tucking the bishop on f1, because if you need it, plan, like for instance we saw in this, but it's a tough one. But if Magnus is careless and Magnus, let's move away from this game and go back to our bird's eye view, because he has to play very precisely. I would like really make to just go to the Wenjun Humpy Canary game, because I want to see what's happening there. But I also noticed that if Divya is no longer in trouble against Yuzhin,
and neither is Anna Musicuk. Two very big turnarounds in the women.
Move away from this game and go back
Anna
to our
Musicuk
bird's
was
eye view.
almost an hour down on the clock, still is, but it looks like she's taking it towards the drawish endgame. Wenjun against Humpy will get to this position. She's trading queens when she was ahead in development. She was the one attacking.
But I also noticed that
normally you want to keep queens on if you have the initiative.
is no longer in trouble.
Very strange.
And neither is Anna Musicuk. Two very big turnarounds in the women.
Wenjun against Humpy game.
Yeah, because I suspect that this one might just fizzle out and we might not get too much of a chance to look at it. But what do we think about this one? Is it actually more turbulent than it appears? Because first up, as you pointed out, confrontation for the light square bishops, but white does have a square on d6 for a knight, and that's about the only positive I see. Yeah, because I suspect that this one might just fizzle out and we might not get too much of a chance to look at it. But
if it gets to an
what do we
endgame,
think
the
about
e5
this
pawn
one?
can become vulnerable.
Is it actually more turbulent than it appears? Because first up, as you pointed out, confrontation for the light square bishops, but white does have a square on d6
d7
for a knight.
I just want to get my
That's
queen
about
to
the
this
only
diagonal.
positive I see. Yeah, because I
Maybe put some pressure on this pawn. White's bishop
just
is great.
fizzle out
Yes,
and we
it
might
is
not get
blocked.
too much of a chance
Do
to
you
look
go
at
in
it.
with the knight to c4 or e4?
Is it actually more turbulent than it appears? Because first up,
Yeah, the question with after knight to c4 would be you'd have to have a response with for b5 here. And are you ready to give up a pawn to open up that bishop, which is currently behind? Is with b5 tender as well, it could be worth a look.
Yeah.
Interesting. Takes pawn. Bishop will come to life.
Do you go in with the knight to c4 on b5 or e4?
Is it actually
Life and pressure.
Get that checkmate in one in. Yeah, the question with after knight to c4 would be you'd have to have a response with for b5 here. And are you ready to give up a pawn to open up that bishop, which is currently behind? Is
even if black
with b5 tender as well, it could be worth a look.
Should be enough for equality.
Can we try to put the knight more in the center with knight e4 after the trade? Because I too am looking towards the king side, but I'm looking at knight f6 ideas.
Yeah, the question with after knight to c4 would be you'd have to have a response with for b5 here.
Why do I
Not
reveal
everything
my
in a
cards?
way.
Wow, it's
You know, Ivanka, I've played against you so many times and I always took you for a more positional, strategic player.
we
but
haven't
every
played too
time-
many. Can we try to put
We
the
played
knight
a couple
more
at
but it
the
was
center
memorable
with
because it was in the trade. Mine's because I too am looking
Have you not played classical ever?
No.
I feel like okay, maybe I'm wrong.
But we've been at loads of tournaments together.
Yes,
and we've hung out and we've analysed together so many times.
I just feel like I would always put you as a positional, strategic player, and then I commentate with you, and you're just sacrifice everything.
Gemini, you know, I can't make up my mind. Sometimes I'm like, yeah, let's go for it. And other times I'm like, no, a little bit more caution is required.
Okay, maybe 9 times British jump in for a reason.
Loads of tournaments together. We've analysed together so many times.
Expect the unexpected. As a positional strategic player,
and his Gemini season, guys. So let's just have a look at what happens though after bishop plays bishop and knight comes to e4 and then the rook's centralized and I say, well, maybe I'm going to go knight d6, maybe I'm going to go quiet knight f6. Coming your way. Loads of tournaments together.
e5.
Analysed together. We don't care so many times.
Expect the unexpected. As a positional strategic player,
and his Gemini season, guys.
Sometimes I just want to take the Eval bar and just throw it from the third floor of the Bjorvika library. Just down a pawn. Why are you not moving?
Maybe I'm going to go knight d6, maybe I'm going to go quiet. Knight f6. Coming your way.
Even if black can take it, even if black plays knight c5.
e5. We don't care.
Oh, Ivanka.
Yeah.
Oh, I see the bar. Must be knight f6.
Yes. That was the big idea.
Sometimes I just want to take the Eval bar and just throw it from the third floor of the Bjorvika library. Down a pawn. No, why are you not moving?
Maybe I'm going to go knight d6, maybe I'm going to go quiet.
Okay, there is danger, there is some venom, I'd say, but even if black careful, I quite like this queen b8 idea because then knight e4 is just harder to achieve. Oh, Ivanka.
Yeah.
Queen c7 just felt like it was vulnerable to one ideas. So.
That was the big idea.
I wouldn't be shocked if she plays queen b8 now.
So then are we just slightly preferring white here, Wenjun's chances, just given the tactics on f6 or potential strategic ideas for the knight jumping on d6?
I think lower risk for white. Like if everything goes wrong, it feels like you can swap off all the pieces and probably make a draw. Also in an endgame, like if the white king ends up on g2 next move, as likely when the bishop trade shots, like the king's quite close to the center. I don't think Wenjun's risking anything. But yeah, for Humpy,
slightly preferring white here, Wenjun's chances, just given the tactics on f6 or potential strategic ideas for the knight jumping on d6.
She has fallen victim to some, if everything goes wrong, it feels like you can swap direct tactics in this tournament so far, Humpy. She's missed a few opportunities herself, but also walked into a couple of things. So yeah, I think that slowed her down. 10-minute think now. The next 5 moves could be quite good. Yeah, for Humpy.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be critical as Wenjun plays to set the tone. Let's move away from this one and go back to our bird's eye view because we also mentioned Zhu trading off queens against Divya, and we also mentioned Anna Mizijuk playing for equality against Bibisara. But let's have a look at Zhu Divya because when we looked at it, we were like, okay, all is well, everything is good, and now we're seeing that the bishop did capture the queen after a long thought because. So now we also mentioned white is just assessing to take that pawn or to jump in with the knight. We also mentioned Anna Mizijuk playing for equality against Bibisara. But let's have a look at Zhu Divya because
show everyone how we got here. We last left it after knight takes d5.
Looked at it, we were like, okay,
everyone
all is
also
well,
who's
everything is good.
just joining.
Now we're seeing that the bishop
super
did
cool idea
capture the
earlier.
queen after a long
Just to show one last time, d5, boom, breaking through the pin.
White is just assessing
There would have been some
pawn
crazy
to jump in
tactics.
with the knight.
White's a full piece down, but the black rooks are both vulnerable. And here, after
Let's have a
attack,
look at Zhu
this would have been a crazy game-winning idea that Zhu did miss. But okay, she plays d5 very strong anyway. Just joining, and it was just here where she started so wrong. Maybe knight e6. She gave it a check, forcing the block. Boom, and I'm not sure exactly where the best square is for the queen. She could slide back to b4 maybe, and go over to e5, target some dark squares. She can just step back anywhere. But trading off queens, big question mark appears. Advantage gone. See the eval bar is 0.0 here, and it moved up slightly. So I wonder whether maybe the king is best. And sliding the king. She gave a check is a check. That's fine. But there's no entry squares for the white rooks, and maybe just trading stuff off the queen. She could slide back black and release the tension. Maybe a draw very likely here. Bishop takes, just step back. See eval bar rose trading off queens slightly. Big question mark. Maybe something, maybe a small opportunity now.
I'm very surprised with the decision to trade queens in a position when your opponent hasn't castled. Also considering that Zhu is a player who's always ready to go on to the attack. But this endgame, you know, Yogi, you mentioned knight to e5. I feel like that's where your head has to be at if you're white right now. Not letting black get that castle in. Right now, if you take on b7, b2 is soft, right? Rook b8, rook b2 solves all your problems.
Very surprised.
As David's just highlighting right now. But David, the more I look at knight e5 to start with, I'm just wondering where's your bishop going? You put that bishop to b5, I can move my rook away. You still don't have time to go short castle because b7 now is hanging proper. b2 is defended. You can't complete your development. You move the king anywhere. I'm grabbing that pawn. If you put your bishop to a4 and try and be very active and clever by stopping rook to d1, I simply go b3, pick up the b7 pawn, also on the next move. And this just looks incredible for white. If not, what is your next move? I'm coming with the pawn on b7. My rook's coming to d1. I don't think this endgame is toothless.
b2 is defended. You can't complete your development.
And it is counterintuitive because the best move for black would have been taking the king, leaving the bishop to c8, and there's so many openings where you just want to get this bishop off the c8 square. Here it just turns out that it would have been better to get the king c7, the rook across first, and keep the bishop as the guardian of
what is your
b7.
next move?
I love the fact that knight e5 also stops queenside castling. I think if black if white had given one move, maybe black can even castle queenside some positions and just defend intuitive for the king over. Maybe not here, knight e5 still, but she stopped everything with knight e5.
Want to look at another thing that she stopped, a cool line, a really quick one? If you go king to e7 trying to finish your development and connect the rooks, suddenly I can take on b7, hit your rook. You go rook b8 because you want to capture b2, but I shall not allow. Bishop to c6, and suddenly the d7 bishop under attack, you take it, thank you very much, I win your rook.
Just a small miscalculation from Divya. Slightly back on the back foot with knight e5.
Want to look at another thing that she stopped, a cool line, a really quick one?
Does look
If
like
you go
from the
king to
e5 bar that
e7
there's
trying to
something
finish your development and
that's the way
connect
to
the rooks,
defend.
suddenly I can take on b7, hit your rook.
And it's not going to be easy as we see Divya sink in thoughts, and we're giving everyone a chance to actually sink in thought as well, because guys, we're coming up to a break, but take a look at this. We have a challenge for you. We have a question for you to answer. Which world champion lost to 1e4 a6? Was it Magnus? Was it Anand? Was it Gukesh? Or was it Karpov? We're giving everyone a chance to actually I'm gonna because I'm British, so it's a St. George. St. George's opening. We have a challenge, so everyone. We have a question for you to answer. No clues, no clues, no clues. I'm not going to give the game away. I've already spoken too much. Everyone get voting, and we're going to go on a short break. And when we return, we're going to be revealing the answer. Guys, it's now a chance for you to vote, and we're going to be bringing you more of the action in a few minutes. I'm British, so it's a St. George's opening. So everyone, we have a question. No clues, no clues, no clues. I'm not going to give the game away. I've already spoken too much. Everyone get voting, and we're going to go on a short break. And when we return, we're going to be revealing the answer. Guys, now a chance for you to vote, and we're going to be bringing you more of the action. I'm British, so it's a St. George.
Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better, and you can always improve. Both chess, can turn chess into an even bigger sport for a new audience.
And when we return, we're going to be revealing the answer. Guys, now a chance for you to vote, and we're going to be bringing you more of the action.
Sometimes surprise people.
So it's a St. George.
Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour created by the team behind Norway Chess. It combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champions. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities,
back with Norway Chess on day 5, and earlier on we asked you which world champion had lost to the St. George's. Now, of course, St. George defense isn't. St. George is a patron saint of England, and of course, everyone knows in the UK that it was Tony Miles who defeated Anatoly Karpov. We are back in the 1980s. So, Magnus, not Anna, not Gukesh, just Anatoly Karpov. And it is part of the English folklore.
I mean, with a name like Classy Spassky, you deserve to win every single trivia of the day. So well done on that. And you know what? You guys were discussing about this game, Yovi, that you mentioned between Karpov and Tony Miles. That how you've seen this game and every player in England knows about this game, and I think both of you were on it. And I looked it up right now. I'm actually looking it up right now on my computer. It's literally called the incorrect opening on chess games. You deserve to win E4 and A6.
It's
trivia
E4,
of the day. So well done on that. And you know what?
St. George is the patron saint of England.
Game, Yovi, that you
Probably
mentioned
got both
between
names. It's
Karpov
definitely
and
not
Tony
a
Miles.
correct opening. Like,
That how you've seen this game and every player in England knows about this game, and I think both of you were on it. And I looked it up right now. I'm actually looking it up right now on my computer. It's
got a bit
literally called
provoked on the
the
board,
incorrect
and
opening on chess
Tony Miles,
games.
fantastic player, England's
One
first
E4
ever
and
grandmaster.
A6. Trivia of the day. So well done on that. And you
Punishing
know what?
Karpov when he left out. He actually beat Karpov a couple of times as well.
Yovi, that you
Probably got
mentioned
both as well on the Master Game, correct? TV shows. He was a legend. I wish I'd spent more time with Tony Miles. I remember after he died, the 4 team, the British League team that got played for, several of the team members in their next match played A6 and A3 with White.
Wow. Yeah. One in 1980, the St. George defense, as you're saying, termed as one of the games played here as I love the incorrect opening for something like A6, which eventually transformed, by the way, Yovi, into like a Sicilian structure. If anyone hasn't seen that game, highly recommend it. Absolutely. It's quite a beauty.
And talking about playing incorrectly, well, earlier on, like we had a little bit of a discussion about how many times we played each other. Tanya was like, we played loads of times. I thought we had played twice. It turns out that we've only played once. And Tanya won.
Wow, that's a shocker.
Yes, and I remember exactly what happened. It was 2008. It was the Blitz in China, and it was the Mind Sports. And I had been playing super well in the Blitz, except against Tanya. And I just like lost my mind. I think you were a bit nervous, and I became nervous, and I started throwing away every single one of my pieces. And you won, so well done.
Would you like a grudge match?
I remember exactly what happened. It was 2008.
Someone get a board. Someone get a board.
You can do it on chess.
You know, I think the thing is, I think you still play the Queen's Indian. Super well.
I do.
I still play D4. And I just lost my mind.
Thank you.
Well, okay. And talking about grudge matches and also games, let's dive into the bird's eye view and just go where our eyes take our fancy. So I'm looking at the top right, and I'm seeing that Bragg has, in my eyes, a dream position.
Big clamp banker. You mentioned it. I think we go to those top boards over the next few minutes, because that seems to be where the action is happening. Anna Musi trick against Assaubayeva might be the first game to finish. That looks quite drawing, but we'll get there.
Looking
the result looks like it's imminent. But let's start with that game. Pride against Gukesh.
In my eyes,
all Indian derby. Pawn structure so locked, and I think we're going to learn a lot here, because they do say knights are better than bishops when the pawn structure is closed. That seems to be where the action is happening. Yeah, there might be some open lines soon on the queen side, but this is the structure you're talking about, Rebecca, that you loved from some openings, and the white knights look really, really nice right now. Bishop Pride against Gukesh.
In my eyes, it looks like a dream. But the question is, can White break through? Because I don't think White wants to be locking everything up. With moves like C6, B5, A4, I understand it's not possible to do it right now, but I don't think you want to be doing that because suddenly it becomes very difficult to make an inroad.
White knights. Look, you feel that Gukesh is just playing for some kind of fortress where white can't break through. White knight e5 is nice, but not fully an outpost. I do see Prag's clock. He's burning so much time trying to find a plan.
Yeah, and I got big news for you because yesterday Gukesh turned 20 right now, and he thought, let's shake things up a little bit because he's in the booth. He's in the confessional right now. This is not fake news. Wow. So if you're not subscribed on Twitch, now is the chance to get subscribed and listen to what Gukesh is saying.
Oh my gosh, that is the biggest shock of the tournament so far. I love it.
Because yesterday, Gukesh
his tournament turned around
right
today.
And he thought, let's shake things up a little bit.
I think that actually is going to be a fantastic change of momentum. That's what I was saying earlier. I want to see him enjoy himself. It's so nice to hear.
Right now.
And I can't remember him in Norway Chess 25 ever making it to the booth. So this is actually the first time potentially that we're going to hear from the world champion mid-game. That's huge.
It's huge.
Oh my gosh, that is the
I
biggest
wonder what he's
shock of the
saying.
tournament so far. I love it.
Oh well, we'll get the video out to you soon. But Prag is making the move rook to b1.
I think that actually is going to be
He's right now not on his chair because he was at the confessional.
Yes.
That is crazy. Okay, that is super exciting. Ever making it to the booth. So this is actually the first time potentially that we're going to hear from the world champion mid-game.
This move doesn't change much.
That's huge.
Prag is getting ready for the position to open.
I wonder what
The
he's
evaluation
saying.
says 0.0, meaning that
Well, we'll get the
probably
video
white
out
can't
to
break
you
through.
soon. But
It is
Prag
so
is
close
making the
that
move
there are no
rook to
inroads.
b1.
But yeah, I'm just excited. I
He's
think
right
the
now not
highlight
on
of
his
this
chair
classical
because
game
he was
might end
at
up
the
being that
confessional.
confessional.
Yes.
But
That
I
is
would love to see
crazy.
these two spar.
Okay, that is super exciting.
I wouldn't be hurt the way it goes back to that point. This move doesn't change much. I can barely contain myself. Getting ready. Come on, Gukesh. I hope it's a good one.
Yeah, absolutely can't wait to watch that. But just the position. I want to talk about that for a moment because it does feel like this isn't a Gukesh kind of position. Extremely blocked right now. He's the one who's sort of on the way. White's drawing the narrative, whether it's on the queen side advancing the pawns or maybe ideas of even the g pawn going up the board and switching play, the flexibility that comes with having a space advantage. You can play on both sides of the board as well. Yeah, absolutely can't wait to watch that. If anybody's got to be happy, I want to talk about it's Prag till you look at the clock. I think the clock is Gukesh's best friend. He just needs to sit still and wait for Prag to take a big decision and then try to bounce in it. But if I have to, it's on the queen side. I like White's position, Ivanka, here.
I also love it. You know, it's all about just enjoying the space and letting your opponent squirm. And there's no active plan for the time being for Gukesh. He just has to sit and wait for Prag to gradually improve his position.
I think the clock is Gukesh's
Okay,
best friend. He just needs to
let's
sit
move
still
away
and
from
wait for
this
Prag to take a big
board
decision
for
and
just a
then
minute because I want your attention on the Ali Reza Faruzja Vincent Kleimer because I just went in and I saw that Ali Reza's last move wasn't necessarily light. And there's no active plan for the time
Question
being
mark
for
move.
Gukesh. He just has to sit
Bad
and
move
wait
simply
for
from Ali
Prag
Reza
to
Faruzja on the last turn.
improve his position.
Quick action replay before we break it down. Bishop to
Let's move
f3
away
is where we
from
left
this
it. We said bishop
for just a minute because
too
I
strong
want your
potentially for
attention
to be
on
removed.
the
Of
Ali
course it
Reza
was.
Faruzja Vincent Kleimer
Quickly snapping that bishop off.
I just
Queen took
went
the
in
knight.
and I saw that
Queen
Ali
d7,
Reza's last move
really controlled.
wasn't necessarily light.
Controlling some light squares. I didn't like the idea of the white knight jumping. Mark move covered that square. So simply along this diagonal f5 protected. Quick at everything now holding for his time. If he gets bishop more moves, that's where we left it. Long diagonal, big advantage black. Ali Reza tried to soften black up by hitting this pawn. Also the rook not fully stable. Rather the knight protects the knight now, but could be driven away. Queen gets hit, really controlled. And here white should have been maybe retreating the queen or sliding the queen across, trying to get it to a central square. Queens tend to be best in the center, but technically h4, question mark. Everything now holding for his time. If he gets it looks natural. He is hitting the pawn in the center. Is it black on the square somehow? Will it get hit by pawns? The knight protects the knight now, but is something else wrong with white's position? I don't see it yet. And here white
Also, it's a triple down on that d4 pawn. You only have one defender. I don't believe Vincent Kleimer even plans to plant his bishop on e5. That cannot be part of the plan with the f-pawn moving forward to kick it out at any moment. It almost feels like Kleimer is ready to give up that d4 pawn. With a deeper idea along the d line, perhaps trying to get to the d3 file. Queen h4 question mark, big mystery to me as well. Also, it's a triple down G5. That just doesn't feel right.
No.
I don't
But
believe
it does look like Vincent is the one with all of the play. Maybe he's going to sacrifice the d pawn. We're going to come back to that because the big news is here. Earlier on, we promised you Gukesh's confessional. Have a listen to what he has to say.
Big mystery to me as well. Also, it's a triple down G5. That just doesn't feel right.
No. But it does look like Vincent is the one with all of the
Just
play.
wanted to
Maybe he's going to sacrifice the d pawn.
say my thoughts out loud.
Because the big
I think
news
the
is
game
here.
has been
Earlier on, we
pretty
promised
tense so
you
far. At least I'm
Gukesh's confessional.
up on the clock,
Have
and
a listen to what he has
it's a
to
pretty
say.
double-edged position. Was thinking, I was very happy to get this b6 a5 so that kind of the queen side is under control, and now I can hopefully I can play on both sides. Like I can go queen g7 f6 g5 and get my bishop out at some point. I think the game has been really tense position. At least I'm up on the clock, and it's a pretty double-edged position.
That
thinking,
says the world champion
I was very happy to get this
Gukesh. You
b6
can play on
a5 so
both
that
sides of the board.
kind of
He's
the queen side is under
untroubled by
control,
the
and
fact
now I
that
can
White has this big
hopefully
space advantage.
I can play on
and
both
he's saying,
sides. Like I
actually,
can go queen
long-term
g7 f6
chances,
g5 and get
I
my
think
bishop
I'm
out
fairly okay.
at some
And he
point.
also alluded to the clock advantage there,
And,
right? Seeing that
really
a
tense
frog is
position.
going down on the
At least
clock,
I'm
position
up
filled
on
with
the
so many
clock, and,
opportunities to grab the pawns, to
pretty
push the pawns.
double-edged
He says
position.
once the queen is moved back,
Thinking,
he's feeling comfortable.
I was
He
very
looks
happy
pretty
to get this
comfortable on the
b6
camera as
a5
well.
so that
I just want to point
kind
out
of
that
the
was
queen side is under
Gukesh's
control,
first
now I
time
can
at the confession. If anyone had any
hopefully
doubt, it was clear
I
from
can
the
play on
fact
both
that he was
sides.
looking
Like
at the
I
wrong
can go
side.
g7 f6
He didn't know
g5
which
and
was
get
the
my bishop
camera.
out.
But
some
what a
point.
moment to actually have Gukesh step into
Really tense
into the
position.
confessional and share his thoughts mid-game, saying that he's finding it very
Pretty
tense.
double-edged
He says
position.
once the queen is
Very
he's
tense.
feeling
And, you know, he was
comfortable.
quite happy to
On
get
the
the
camera as well.
g6,
I just
a5,
want to point
because
out
I remember
Gukesh's
what
first
David
time
always
at
says. He
the
says the
confession.
person
If anyone had any doubt,
who
it was
controls the
clear
key
from
to
the fact
opening
that
up
he's looking at the
lines
wrong side.
is the one that has some initiative. And that belongs to Gukesh. You know, he can always choose to open things up with A takes b4 at the right time. And queen sliding back to g7, maybe he's got ideas of picking out that knight. Of course, everything will be done at his own time.
Are you changing your mind and picking black now after that confessional, Ivanka?
Who controls the key to opening up lines is the one that
feel it.
has well, the fact that he had the confidence to go there and, you know, get his thoughts out loud. And also I'm seeing like some how less things happening with an f6 and g5 business, and this bishop on e8, shout out, was rubbish, no longer, it comes out.
They do say that even the worst bishop is as good as a knight. So suddenly I'm like, wait, why do I ever doubt it? Bishop pair. I must admit, I'm seeing Gukesh in a whole new light. Like, that confessional was one thing, also really relatable. I think my first ever commentary gig, I was staring at the wrong camera the whole time. So, yeah, Gukesh,
shout out,
enjoying life.
was
The fact that
rubbish,
he's
no
relaxed
longer,
enough,
it
I
comes
think
out.
is a great omen for him. He's so talented, I would love to see him relax and trust himself more. And yeah, clear plan suddenly, and that's the momentum change of g5. f6, pawn pushes, white king side doesn't have so much around it, and the light square bishop looks like the worst piece on the board could become real piece.
Yeah. And we land on this game, Anna Mizuchik, Bibi Sara in, and we see that in fact the game has finished, its draw is being agreed, and we are headed to Armageddon. This is quite interesting because we did have a confessional from Anna, so I don't know whether we should play it. The game is done and dusted. Yeah. And we land on this game, Anna Mizuchik,
looks like
Bibi
my
Sara
game
in,
will
and we see that
end in a draw relatively soon.
I
don't play first move d4 very often, but still Bibi Sara knew the line
quite interesting because
better than me, and yeah, she blitzed out almost all the moves.
the game is done and dusted.
So yeah, time to think what to do in Armageddon. Looks like my game will end
time to think what to do in Armageddon. She certainly has to switch things up because Anna didn't really get too much.
Still Bibi Sara
Playing d4 What do we think we'll see from Armageddon? E4?
Better than me,
whether it's something sharp, whether it's like she did against Wenjun, whether it's something quieter,
so
I don't think she can risk getting hit in the opening Armageddon. Normally the first surprise, the first few minutes, you can knock the clock back.
Time to think what to do in Armageddon.
Yeah, one E4 best by test, that's what I'm expecting, especially with the way the classical game just went. I mean, for Bibisara to blitz out her entire more than 20 move preparation with 7 minutes on the clock being used and then finishing it with a exchange sacrifice that kind of solves all your problems, you know that's not the path you want to take. Now, Anna Muzichuk, we've called her the Armageddon Queen before earlier at Norway Chess. I mean, she has such experience. She knows how to turn, shift the gears when it's, you know, when it's absolutely critical, and she understands the importance of this round. I'm expecting Anna to play E4 and to go all out in the Armageddon against Bibisara in this one.
Yeah, we have seen Anna arm to the teeth with really unusual openings as white. She's been prepared to run into the center with her own king. So it would be interesting to see what direction she takes when she's in a must-win situation. Tanya says go on the offensive right from the beginning. I suspect Tanya, you are correct.
What do you guys think that given Bibisara's form here versus Anna's experience, what prevails?
Openings as white. She's been prepared to run into the center with her own king. So it would be interesting to see what direction she takes when she's in a must-win situation. Tanya says go on the offensive right from the beginning.
She has 2 results in the pocket, draw or win.
What do you guys think that given Bibisara's form here versus Anna's experience,
has lost one arm again to Divya. So it is possible that Divya was playing black and Bibisara was the one who had to win that one. Here I agree with you guys, you know, Bibisara is fantastic at blitz. So the edge is there. But we will see. We will find out in not that long. Meanwhile, let's go to Magnus against Wesley. They're on the top middle. It is possible board in yellow because, as predicted, we do see D4 here. We also see F2, F3 make an appearance, and Wesley is maneuvering with his knights. So the edge is there.
Fascinating position. All the pawns still on the board, no open files. It looks like Magnus has got everything he dreamed of, everything he wanted to achieve. But Wesley's still rock solid. I love how he's put his knights in front of his king. His king was a bit airy. The light bishop covers some important squares, pawn chain, dark squares. I don't know what Magnus is doing. A bit blocked right now.
And Wesley is maneuvering with his knights.
Very complicated. And you know, these were the 2 plans that we were talking about, right, for Magnus, either to break out with F3, to break out with D4. He's managed to get both of them in. That tension between those 2 knights at the edge of the board. Who's going to blink first? If you're black, you're a bit hesitant to grab on H4 with the bishop taking back, hitting that queen, the pawn moving forward, hitting that knight. Do you really want to allow all of that? If not, you're Magnus Carlsen. Do you really want to trade on Wesley's turn? Do you want to capture on G6 and potentially allow the H pawn to move forward once the knight falls back as well? You know, there's tension on the center of the board, there's tension on the right side of the board. It's going to be all about who blinks first. If you're struggling to even come up for a move with white, the one thing that I would be hesitant here, Ivanka David, is to block it with D5. I feel that it's either a good move or a really bad move right now. On G6 and potentially allow the H pawn to move forward. Sorry, my bad. Should have known D5 1-0.
I am joking because I do agree, like fully. Like the one pro behind blocking it is the bishop probably has to drop back home.
The one thing that I think would be hesitant here, Ivanka David, is to block it with D5. I feel that
you say no,
it's either a good move or a really bad move.
One time I'll agree that connecting the pawns isn't great because somebody blocking bishops like it's always
and Wesley is the one that holds the key to opening up the G-line as well. So Wesley can go rook G8 and then take on F3 when the time is right. And he can wait a long time for that.
You say Magnus will block it. He can do it at will. One time I'll agree. Why couldn't it now? Connecting the pawns isn't great because he will block it.
Alright, decisions. As white, do you ever want... I don't think you ever want to take on E5, right? Pawn takes pawn just feels bad. I mean, all the pawn captures, opening up the D line or the F line, look like it would just work in black's favor, with F3 under fire as well. The other pawn on G4. equally unattractive to take that.
He can do it now. I guess black takes white pawn, then it's a couple squares. Now there's a semi-open file on the h file.
Alright, decisions. As white, do you ever want... I don't think you ever want to take on e5, right? Pawn takes pawn just feels bad. I mean, all the pawn captures, opening up the d line or the f line look like it would just work in black's favor, with f3 under fire as well. The other pawn on g4.
Great.
Equally unattractive to
Don't want to
take
make
that.
captures, do drop your bishop back, but even if you drop your bishop back, later you have to worry about the black pockets coming in, maybe sniping a pawn off the board. Semi-open file. Magnus has decided, very mysterious move, I've got to say, especially for one maybe swinging it over later. It does feel a bit odd, a bit loose now for white now. Wesley shouldn't be too unhappy with the position here, the pawn situation as well in his favour. Don't want to make captures, do drop your bishop back, what's coming next. You drop your bishop back, later you have to worry about the black.
Do you think that Wesley is getting ready to open up the G line? I'm thinking for the time being, you know, set up some rook G8, rook F8. Wait for white to do something, and then you can start to trade.
It's a full traffic jam on the G file.
Totem pole. You just want to fill up
every square possible.
I didn't actually realize that because I was like thinking, oh, I really, as black, I really want to be doing something like G takes F3, but you don't want to be allowing knight takes F3 because I feel suddenly white gets a plan for white to do something.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Rook to G8, and when you said is Wesley, you know, about to on the G file, I can't remember exactly where, but I thought you and I were again aligned on this, and I was going to throw in that is Wesley going to go completely crazy in this position at some point and drive all of us mad as well with a move like D5, and he wants to go completely direct. I'm very scared of you putting that on the board and seeing how the bar reacts.
Yeah,
it's very interesting. Rook to G8, and when you said is Wesley, you know, about
play a move like rook D8, just say to
I can't remember exactly where, but I thought you and I were again aligned on this, and I was going to throw in that is Wesley going to go completely crazy in this position at some point. I would love for white to go D5 and then follow up with Ivanka's plan. Once the center's blocked, put your rook on G8, put everything on the right side of the board, and just go max pressure till a decision is taken on G4. And when you said is Wesley,
it's very hard to know how either side is going to improve if neither side wants to touch. You don't pawn structure right now might see a bit of a waiting game, a bit of a lull in the next few moves. The maneuvering back and forth happens.
I would love for white to go D5 and then follow up with Ivanka's plan. Once the center's blocked, put your rook on G8, put everything on the right side of the board, and just go max pressure till a decision is taken.
As you see there with his mysterious rook move, rook to D2, and Wesley has to perhaps wait it out. But I want to revisit Alireza Firouzja against Vincent Keymer because another question mark move has appeared for Alireza. Alireza's just going for the pawn on D4. This one, I think, is but you can see the evaluation bar all the way in black's favour, saying that pawn is irrelevant. And what is way more important is that the bishop on D6 is lined up against H2. Alireza Firouzja against Vincent Keymer because
very
another
unclear
question mark
unless we dig deeper. I think we need to understand this evaluation
Alireza's
properly.
just going for the pawn on
Exactly.
D4.
I think it's really important to do that, and it also suddenly makes sense the moment you pointed out this H2 pawn that perhaps why that queen on H4 was given a question mark, David. There are ideas of continuing with an attack if you're Vincent Keymer with a rook lift, right? And that's a bit of a power move. Rook F6, rook H6 would hit the queen, would hit the pawn on H2. And I think you alluded to this earlier, that the queen on H4 might not be feeling very secure there. Exactly.
She's almost trapped, actually.
I
She
think
only
it's
has,
really
other
important
than
to
the
do
H
that,
file,
and
which is
it
about to
also
be hit
suddenly
right now,
makes
she
sense
only
the
has one
moment you
other safe
pointed
square,
out this
G5.
H2 pawn that
That's
perhaps
also going
why
to
that
get
queen
hit.
on
And
H4 was
G2, we
given a
mentioned
question
earlier, a
mark,
bit
David.
vulnerable.
There are
especially
ideas of
for
continuing with an
lights
attack
where bishop
if you're
lines up
Vincent Keymer with a rook
against it.
lift, right? And
That
that's a
would be
bit of a
huge,
power
and
move. Rook
Vincent, he
F6,
looks
rook
like he
H6 would
lifts.
hit the queen,
I
would
think
hit
he
the pawn on
lifts
H2.
still.
And I think you
Rook F6.
alluded to
I'm
this
talking about
earlier,
chess.
that
Yeah,
the
that's
queen on
what I
H4 might not be feeling very secure there.
Good shape, Lee.
He's in good shape. Okay, you heard it here first. He lifts.
That's also good. And just for everyone at home, knight takes pawn now is just game over. Hit the queen, the queen moves, square bishop lines up, pawn check, again it's deadly.
And that's a bit of a
he's
power
going to check
move.
now.
Rook
He
F6,
looks like
rook
he'll
H6 would
be
hit the queen,
fatal.
would hit the pawn on H2.
So rook F6 is a
And I think
game-winning
I was
threat.
talking about chess.
Yeah, that's what I was.
What do I do? I have a feeling he wants to block with F4. Taking away the E5 square
Okay, you
from
heard it here
black knight,
first.
closing the diagonal, meaning that the white queen has to escape square. I'm shocked that it says +2 because I don't see any killer blow immediately, but maybe it's long long term, something against the G2 pawn with the bishop fatal. I think Vincent will come to this conclusion, but still, evaluation by I don't think we can fully trust it until the dust of the next game settled from.
I just want to add to that the fact that Vincent played f5 on the next move before the knight went back. I mean, this idea is on his radar, right? You play f5, sure you want to push that pawn, but you're eyeing that square for your rook. It's just so strange the way this entire game has transpired. We're on move 20. Vincent Karma's up with the bishop pair. He's the one putting pressure on the king's side. The bishops are coming on. The two minors that Alireza has on the left flanks are really not doing anything. He's sort of relying on only one plan, which is picking up the d4 pawn. But there are so many cases in which actually picking up that pawn only works in black's favor. The d file opens up. The bishop will move either to e5 or c5. You'll end up winning that d3 pawn. You gain the rebalance in material, but with an even better position in that case. So white, queen on one side, two minors on one side, knight on e2 not really doing anything. Black coming in with all of the active ideas, up on the clock, up on the evaluation bar. Vincent Karma about to do what no one's done so far at Norway chess, which is take Alireza down in a classical game.
Just to show your point, Tanya, I was wondering on the last move, like,
with an even better position in that case. So white, queen on one side, two minors on one side, knight on e2 not really doing anything. Black coming in with all of the active ideas, up on the clock, up on the evaluation bar.
Queen has to defend the knight somehow.
About to do what no one's done so far at Norway chess, which is take Alireza down in a classical game.
Maybe there were ways to continue the game. I wouldn't really see it by the evaluation bar.
Don't make another queen sack.
Knight takes f5. I was going to say knight h6.
Beautiful.
Checkmate. Whoops. Now the bishop comes to life. That poor bishop we've been moaning about the whole game. Queen has to defend the knight somehow. It's missed by Alireza because I was trying to work out in the current position why knight c7 in question mark. What else was there? But knight takes d4, in my eyes, I was like, this must lose a piece. But apparently not. So if g5 is the best move, knight takes.
I was going to say knight
It has to
h6.
be this type of position. And, not knight takes now because it's not mate. Not mate anymore. Now the black king has escape square. But same idea. Queen takes first. I mean, this is the position Alireza was trying to avoid. Where black has two pieces against the rook and two pawns. So actually white's up slightly in material, but I think that just the pieces are so strong. So maybe this was the lesser evil anyway. If you can't take the d-pawn there, then can he take it now? It's now clear. Vincent drops back with his bishop. The best move, the miss. We see there because rook f6 was the best way forward.
But it still looks really unpleasant for Alireza because first up, where is he going to go with his queen? Queen f4, only move, right? Because otherwise the rook lift is going to be really bad. And then we can...
You've got 4 hits on that d4 pawn. I'm not saving that anyway. Can we just continue with development and try to go for initiative? You wanted to put it on b7?
I wanted to go bishop g5. No, hang on, that was hallucination. My queen is not on d8. But it was kind of close. If the bishop could put itself on g5, then suddenly there's questions. But okay, let's go. I agree. Let's not save the pawn.
You've got 4 hits on that d4 pawn. I'm not saving that anyway. Can we just continue with development and try to go for initiative?
just wondering,
You
do
wanted
we
to put it
have
on
time to
b7?
put something on f6? Hoping that you take my knight on c6, I take it with my queen and come in with a double attack.
But it was kind of close. If the bishop could
All the
put
double
itself
attacks,
on
all the diagonals.
g5, then suddenly there's questions. But okay, let's go.
I guess
I
no
agree.
immediate threat.
Let's not save the pawn.
So many times, but yeah, this is
You've got 4
definitely
hits
scary
on
for
that
white.
d4 pawn. I'm not saving that anyway. Can we just continue with development and try to go for initiative?
Can't take on f5, rook d8 is my idea next.
It just feels like more than enough threats for one single pawn and X-ring down the d file on that d3 pawn as well.
Well, maybe you can still get away with like rook g1. Just overprotect. No, you cannot do that. Oh, and now the bishop attacks. Okay, this is
Tricky for white.
very difficult for white to defend. We're talking about only moves here.
It just feels like more than enough
getting a
threats
question
for
from our
one
supreme
single
leader,
pawn
from,
and X-ring down the
Lisa
d file
Bick,
on that d3 pawn as well.
asking Queen
Maybe you
h5.
can
Is
still
that
get
a good
away
start?
with
A
like
very
rook
humble
g1.
supreme leader.
Overprotect. No,
No,
you
shout out
cannot
to
do
Vic,
that.
but Queen h5 is a good question because,
And now the bishop
I mean, his
attacks.
point here is twofold, I think. F4, if that ever happens, trying to blow open the queenside with F3. White might have a bailout attempt with queen d5 check, at the very least, maybe something even better. Getting the queens off the board would relieve a lot of pressure, d4 will drop. Can't be too bad for white. And the other idea after queen h5 is that if the rook lift does occur, then chessboard can be covered by the white bishop, actually finding a new diagonal pressure postures, covering the h6 square, maybe even coming up to f4 to hit the rook. A bailout attempt looks d5 check. It's actually hard to see getting the queens off the board with the I think intuitively I just want to go back towards the center, keep some pressure on the dark squares, d4 under the idea after queen h5 under attack, but does might be his choice at might be the white bishop the way to keep the game going, and also ask difficult questions. He's about to decide pressure postures.
Whoa, did he just go back to h3? That's an interesting choice right there. So now the blue arrow appears with the rook left as the best option. I was still considering getting the bishop to b7 before going in with this idea. Looked very tempting as well, but rook f6 now comes with a threat of rook to h6, and for some reason bishop c1 this time not as strong.
Not strong. Vic was right. Where's Vic? He should be in that hall, clearly.
Queen h3
accurate from Alireza, but
that's an interesting choice right there. So now the blue arrow appears with the rook left as the best option. I was still considering getting the bishop to b7 before going in with this idea. Looked very tempting as well, but rook f6 now comes with a
feels less powerful now with the bishop back at
e7. Rook to h6, and for some reason bishop c1 this time not as strong.
Yeah, maybe he's going to focus on development. Maybe he's just going to think bishop to b7. I don't think rook f6.
Interesting choice right there.
I think maybe you think rook f6, but then you do go bishop to c1, and you think, well, that's it. What am I going to do?
I also think that now rook f6 from a Ewan perspective is a little less attractive. The bishop has moved away from the diagonal where it's not eyeing h2 anymore, right? So if you didn't play it on the last move where you had a direct threat of lining it on the h file, hitting the queen, winning that h2 pawn, it feels like it's not top priority for Kaima right now. So I'm with you, Yovi, on this, that bishop b7 might be the follow-up. And then the question is, can white get greedy? Is knight takes pawn possible? Rook f6 from a Ewan perspective is a little less attractive. The bishop has moved away from the diagonal where it's not eyeing h2 anymore, right? So if you didn't play it on the last move where you had a direct threat of lining it on the h file, hitting the queen, winning that h2 pawn, it feels like it's not top priority for Kaima right now. So I'm with you, Yovi, on this, that bishop b7 might be the follow-up. And then the question is, can white get greedy? Is knight takes pawn possible? The only move that gives Winston something to play for in this position, to try to take down the tournament leader, who so far looks like he's running away with Norway chess. If rook f6 happens, Alireza continues to be under pressure. And also the clock's ticking down as well. What do you guys think? Winston, yeah, you know, the fact that he didn't play it on the last move with the bishop placed on d6, I'd love to see it happen on the board. Only move, but I say that I think he goes for another option. Something to play for in this position, to try to take down the tournament leader, who so far looks like he's running away with Norway chess. If rook f6 happens, Alireza continues to be under pressure. And also the clock's ticking down as well. What do you guys think? Winston, yeah, you know, the fact that he didn't play it on the last move with the bishop placed on d6, I'd love to see it happen on the board. Only move, but I say that I think he goes for
I agree with you completely. Rook f6 maybe not so intuitive. I think the focus will be on developing that light squared bishop. Rook f6, big idea of harassing the white queen. That is Vincent's main chance at putting the pressure on Alireza. Let's move away from that one because we have Armageddon starting. Anna Mizichuk with the white pieces in a must-win situation against Bibisara Assaubayeva, and we see Anna. She knows how to turn the heat on when she is playing white, and she goes g2, g4. It's the Armageddon where her opening ideas really start to shine.
Yeah, let's go g4, b5, both sides trying to push forward, both sides with undermining threats in mind. I think white here has to continue g5 before black is able to strike.
And we see Anna. She knows how to
I nearly butchered it the other day. Havening
when she is playing white,
this type of Sicilian,
g2, g4.
it is provocative. It does allow white all the space.
Opening
h4,
ideas
f4,
really
everything
start
comes
to
forward.
shine.
Yeah, let's go G4, B5. Idea is to ask White to overextend, to counter with the queen side undermining threats in mind. Zara, I think this is right up her style, right up her alley. But likewise, Anna will be on the front foot for the next
She knows how to. She's on the front foot and she needs to play energetically. So I'm expecting her to continue in the same vein she has started. Back it up with the H pawn, H4, and start advancing even further.
But then you have to have a really good response to the B pawn moving forward as well. I mean, we're talking about Anna going all out. Bibisara doesn't stop herself either when given the opportunity, right? B4, where are you placing your knight? You go to the edge of the board. I'm super happy if the knight goes to A4. I just simply go get my bishop on B7, develop with tempo against that E4 pawn as well. So I am not sure, and she does defend the pawn on G5. No rushing. Now B4 is a threat with E4 under attack. Defended A3. I do like this approach, keeping it flexible with either H4 or F4 next. Does Anna get the king to the left flank? You go to the edge of the board. I'm super happy if the knight goes to A4. I just simply go get my bishop on B7, develop with tempo against that E4 pawn as well.
I was correct here that just until 2 moves ago, A3 first before Queen D2 would have been the very famous game.
No rushing. Now B4 is a threat with E4 under attack. Defended A3. I do like this approach, keeping it flexible with either H4 or F4 next.
Very instructive.
The king to the left flank.
For anyone wanting to learn how to play the Sicilian, A3 earlier would have been a pawn sacrifice. And did debate but Anna's done it a different way. She's guarded the G5 pawn first. Just until 2 moves ago, A3 first before Queen D2 would have been the very famous game. A great choice for Anna in Armageddon. Has been able to put some quick moves down in very spending just over 1 minute versus Anna spending over 2 minutes so far to play the Sicilian.
And it's very interesting that Bibisara has black, only has aggressive weapons in her arsenal, right? The knight's going to come to D7, you know, because a lot of players would have just locked down E4, E5, but Bibisara can't do that.
That's another modern trend. Like, players are being solid with white and being really fighting with black. All the best players are doing it nowadays. Berlin is a bit out-fashioned, and Petrov still happens in classical chess, but more out-fashioned. Everyone just wants to go for it with black now. I think that's the best way to scare your opponent into playing it a bit safe.
D7, you know, because a lot of players would have just locked down E4, E5,
Here we
but
come.
Bibisara can't do that.
Anna needs to come up with something special here and now before the knight lands with white.
And you really don't want to play B3 to stop that, just making your C file so insecure. The rook landing on C8, doubling down on that knight with Queen C7 next. So if not B3, then you better be prepared on how you want to handle the next knight jump, hitting the white queen and hitting the bishop. You never really want to lose that dark square bishop on E3.
A lot of players would just lock down
to brace for impact. Find it some way to deal with this knight jump here and now. Looking a bit uncomfortable.
And you really don't want to play B3 to be uncomfortable if I'm Anna right now with this very direct threat. The bishop on B7 eyeing the E4 pawn. Rook C8, rook takes knight ideas always in the air. And the speed with which Bibisara is playing, she's almost caught up on the clock. Now less than a minute advantage for Anna. Really want to lose that dark square bishop on E3.
These are the types of position that Garry Kasparov used to win all the time with black. Like, super flexible, no easy moves for white. But modern engines, we see the eval bar on white side. Modern engines love this for white. The kingside space, center,
very direct threat. The bishop on B7 eyeing the E4 pawn. Rook C8, right? Engines do not have a heartbeat. And right now, if you're playing white, you're looking at the knight coming in. You're looking at rook sacrifices on C3. She does push the F pawn, so she is inviting the black knight to jump in right now. And which bishop pair are you going to let go? Or is Anna about to give up both the bishops and get the double knight versus double bishop dynamics?
That is absolutely forced as she allows the trade, and now there's going to be a further trade as well. But as compensation, she does have a massive pawn roller going on the king side.
Right now. And which bishop pair are you going to let go? Or is Anna about to give up both the bishops and get the double knight versus double bishop dynamics?
That is absolutely forced as she allows the trade, and now there's going to be a further trade as well. As compensation,
and look at that, rook C8, she's getting ready to bring the queen out next to A5 with all kinds of tactical shots on that A3 pawn. Watch out the B2 pawn as well with the knight on C3 tender. This feels like so much easier for black to play and show the 4 pawns on the right flank. Look a bit scary. But as long as Bibisara's king is not castled, it's not the most terrifying of the attacks.
But the thing is, though, for Bibisara is that at some point, if she wants to connect the rooks,
with all
she
kinds of
have
tactical
to
shots on
grit
that
her teeth and go in that direction. But she can build it for a long time as Anna goes even more forward.
Show the 4 pawns on the right flank, look a bit scary.
Show of intent here from Anna Muzichuk. I think the most natural move in the position now. Big decision for Bibisara. E5 is the move she wants to play, but it gives up a huge square on D5. Also, white might not just stop there. E5 might be met by F6, creating a square for the white knight to jump into. We could see some chaos there.
As Anna goes
E5 is
even
maybe the
more
most
forward.
natural move, but she could also defend that pawn with her queen. The knight retreats instead, jumping back. I think the most natural
I mean, Anna can't afford to repeat with queen d2, queen d3, knight c4, knight e5, the yo-yo dance between the queen and the knight, so she has to find a way to get out of the way in that. But the question will remain, once you dodge the queen threats, how are you responding to e6? And my answer to that, if I'm black, I'm looking at a move like queen d7 eventually to keep everything under control. I'm not letting go of that f5 square for your knight.
How does Anna play on? She might have to put her queen back on d2 for
I mean,
now.
Anna can't afford to repeat with queen d2, queen d3, knight c4, knight e5, the yo-yo dance between the queen and the knight, so she has to find a way to get out of the way in that. But the question will remain, once you dodge the queen threats, how are you responding to
Anna,
e6?
she
And
really
my
will
answer to that,
have
if I'm
to
black, I'm
move
looking
that
at a
queen
move like
away
queen d7
and
eventually to keep everything under
just
control. I'm
tempt
not letting go of that
Bibisara
f5 square
to
for your knight.
take that pawn on a3, which I think for the time being is an irrelevance.
You have to, you can't repeat, so you have to stay connected to the bishop. I'm looking at either f2 or e1. The advantage of putting it on e1 is that you also stay connected to the knight on c3 for any potential sacrifices by the rook. And then the question is, she goes the other way, she goes f2. I think she wants to line up with the rook and the queen and start attacking that tender spot on f7 with any trades right now. Again, e5, I love your idea of f6 and then planting that knight on f5. I'm still expecting Bibisara to keep it all consolidated in front of her king by moving the queen one step forward. Oh, she goes for e5. Okay. Oh, and Anna doesn't pause.
Oh, she pauses, she retreats, but retreating in the Sicilian, it's like a bicycle. If you stop pedaling, you fall off. You have to keep going forward. Open Sicilian, immediate energy, f6 there would have been a huge advantage for white. Instead, she's massively worse after the black queen comes out. And Bibisara, of course, finds it. This was her idea. Threats now. Knight sacrifices, b4 will blow open the queen side. White's queen is so far away now from the defense. But that is a huge Sicilian. It's like a bicycle if you stop pedaling.
I actually don't see a way for white to survive this avalanche coming. Give up your knight, go b4, open up all the pawns in front of the white king, and suddenly your queen is offside, too far away to defend, and the clock's ticking. Anna jumps in with a knight, the bar falls down. Is this the moment you simply push that b4 pawn? The blue arrow appears. If Bibisara plays this, huge attack on Muzichuk.
b4 is winning. It's the only winning move, though. She needs to find it, Bibisara. Maybe not obvious because the knight looks like it's coming that square. But what's the white knight? Oh, it's not found. What's the white knight took? There would have been tactics.
Queen is offside, too far away to defend.
Anna's back in the game. Now there's a pin on the b pawn.
Anna jumps in with a knight, the bar falls down. Is this the moment you simply push that b4 pawn? The blue arrow. That means you have to fall back with your queen. And look at this huge attack. It's the wrong sacrifice. She's going to get 2 pawns, but not a checkmate. The white king about to run away.
Maybe not obvious. The worst possible moment for Bibisara to sacrifice. That knight has to be captured simply. You have to call the bluff. Rook takes c2 is threatened. You have to take that knight and run on the b pawn.
And the speed with which Bibisara played this is definitely a sacrifice based on instinct rather than on calculation. The white king step by step marching towards safety now.
There's blocks. The knight can hide, defend its king. The bishop can hide, defend its king. The knight in c1 I think is actually going to cover all squares. Here we go. Bibisara steps back, double attack though. Getting 2 pawns.
A big one on c2 as well. And e4 would come with another double attack on the 2 rooks.
This is very tricky move. Maybe everything can be defended by relocating the knight to g3 where everything is covered. That's what Anna finds.
Anna Muzichuk looks like she's completely in control now, defending both threats. How does Bibisara pile on the pressure? Down a piece for 2 pawns. She has to go for Anna Muzichuk's king. A big one on c2 as well. And e4 would come with another double attack on the 2 rooks.
This is a very tricky move.
And there's no way.
Everything can be defended by relocating the knight to g3 where everything is covered. That's what Anna finds. But with the clock ticking down, it's still not easy for Anna to successfully hold this together because Bibisara does have the mechanism to open things up by advancing the b pawn up to b3 and the checks will continue. So Bibisara, she just has to throw caution to the wind, and for Anna, it's all about consolidating the king. So b4, but with the clock ticking down,
the fact that you don't have 3 pieces, you add a pawn into the mix right now, and I will still say the Varse is completely winning for Anna Muzichuk, but anything can happen as long as the king is in the open. The feeling here is that Bibisara in her calculation missed the idea of the knight jumping there and both pawns being defended, and thought that she'd have enough with those 3 pawns, and now Anna Muzichuk on the hunt as well, pushes the f-pawn, the bishop forced to fall back, further disconnect between the king and the rook.
So
Rook has the g file, but now the white knight also has a beautiful square later.
Into the mix right now, and I will still say the Varse is
First
completely winning for Anna Muzichuk, but anything can happen as long as the king is in the open. The feeling here is that Bibisara in her calculation missed the idea of the knight jumping there and both pawns being defended, and thought that she'd have enough with those 3 pawns, and now Anna Muzichuk on the hunt as well, pushes the f-pawn, the bishop forced to fall back, further disconnect between the king and the rook. D3 feels like such a consolidating move, just stopping all the ideas, stopping the rook from coming to c3, stopping the b3 square as well, and then next you can get your rook to g1, jump in with your knight to f5, land it on g7. She doesn't want square back. She's saying she's ready for the move b3, or will Bibisara pile on the pressure on the c line, bring the rook to c3, and dangle the threat like a sword right now. She brings the other rook to the g file, just stopping
good
all the
practical
ideas
choice there from Bibisara, at least activate the worst place piece. But Anna, very impressively, retreating the rook all the way back to d2 in order to give her king cover there on e2.
b3, or will Bibisara pile on the pressure on the c line, bring the rook to c3, and dangle the threat like a sword right now. She brings the other rook to the g file.
There would have been threats
Good
actually in that
practical
last
choice
position.
there
Rook takes
from
knight, followed
Bibisara,
by
at least
back
activate
check.
the
The
worst
white
place
would have been
piece.
hanging in
But
position.
Anna, very
Solves all
impressively,
those problems with
retreating
one
the rook
move.
all the way back
G1
to
and
d2
things
in
are opening
order
up.
to give
Bibisara's
her
going for it now.
king cover there.
Takes it, gives a check. The king about to march up the board. You've got to bring the rook into the attack if you're Bibisara. The bishop on f8, a problem child in her piece right now, and both players under 2 minutes.
There would have been threats actually in that last position. Initiative Bibisara, the players still a few moves away from getting that 1 second increment. Solves all those problems. Move 31. So Bibisara has 10 moves to make. Bibisara's going for it now, including this one.
Takes it, gives a check.
To do.
The
1
king
minute
about to
left to
march
make
up
10
the
moves.
board.
Anna,
You've got to
9
bring the
moves
rook
to make
into
just
the
under
attack
2 minutes.
if you're
Big advantage on the clock.
Bibisara. The bishop
At
on
this
f8,
point,
a
if you're
problem
black, you're
child
looking
in
for
her
ways
piece
to
right
create
now, and both players under 2 minutes. Threats in the position. So the disconnect between the mages is going to be very difficult to make that happen. As the rook slides over, the white knight jumps in, moves on the attack.
Yeah, Anna really playing some excellent chess, just preventing the black bishop from ever making an appearance. And now Bibisara has an unpleasant choice. If she trades off rook, then the queen is primed and ready to start enjoying the attack.
But
There's nothing for Bibisara to do.
Very difficult to make that happen. Knight on f5, unchallenged forever. She planted on g6. She wants to trade on her terms, so that if rook takes rook, that knight on f5 will be asked some questions.
Some excellent chess, just
Taking a pawn as
preventing
well.
the black bishop
Maybe not the
from
most
ever
valuable pawn,
making
but an
an
annoying one
appearance.
right
And
now. So getting it off the board would be a
Bibisara
bonus for
has
black.
an unpleasant
Just point out
choice.
that
If
was
she
the
trades
only
off
move,
rook,
otherwise
then
black
the
was
queen is
more than
primed
deadlocked.
and
So
ready
rook to
to
g6,
start enjoying
a great
the
resource
attack.
for Bibisara.
There's nothing
I
for
don't
Bibisara
think
to
Anna
do.
has time yet to go pawn hunting.
Knight on
Knight
f5,
takes pawn,
unchallenged
followed by the
forever. She
rook
planted on g6. She wants to trade on her terms, so that if rook takes rook, that knight on f5 will be asked some questions. She'd be very tempted to throw in a check on g7, hoping to queen your pawn eventually if that trade was to happen. But Bibisara will surely move her king away if that check arrives. She pushes the h-pawn, giving away f6 though.
And suddenly it's not so easy.
Third pawn hunting. Suddenly it's back to level material. 3 pawns for 1 rook. Sorry, 1 knight, 1 piece. She gives a check first, but now the pawn is taken. Watch out, there might be sacrifices. This is totally turned around. Bibisara with no time. She's got 6 moves to make in 27 seconds. But she's back in the game on the board.
Anna also dips under 1 minute right now with this last move. How are you fighting the threats? d5 coming in as well to really destabilize white's center.
Red for Anna Muzichuk. What's happened there? The arbiter standing in the way of the camera. Thank you, arbiter. The rook steps across the b1. Wow, anything can happen. Bibisara needs to speed up. 20 seconds. She still needs to make 6 moves.
Make a move, 16 seconds. Bibisara is running out of time.
6 moves left.
Oh, she gives up an exchange.
Wow, the full rook down now, but bishop comes out. That's a deadly pin on the bishop on e3 though. Checks as well, threatened with the black queen coming to f4. 12 seconds left for Bibisara to make 4 more moves.
What a fantastic find there, putting pressure on Anna Muzichuk as well, who drops down below the 30-second mark right now. Queen f4, a massive threat. Rook takes bishop, a big threat. And on defense,
And it's a big blunder. Is the white king getting checkmated?
Yes, it is.
That's a huge check though, hitting the king, hitting the rook. Not the best from Bibisara. She had a better move there. She could have given the check first with her queen. 4 more moves. White needs to block now. Only way to stay in the game. Need to block this check with the queen. There we go.
6 seconds for Bibisara. She needs to make a move right now. And find
It's a blunder.
What's she done?
She's missed.
She's now down. 2 rooks against the bishop. This is over. Bibisara totally hallucinating due to the block. 1 second left from Bibisara. No time. She's about to lose on time and she flags. Game over. Anna Muzichuk takes the win.
Wow. Dramatic scenes in Norway chess on the very first Armageddon. Anna Muzichuk wins on demand and walks away with 1.5 points. What a crazy game with the evaluation bar just moving from side to side. Hats off to Bibisara for holding her nerve and managing to find some counterplay. But Anna Muzichuk.
Yeah, at the end it was decided on the clock, right? Getting a winning position but having no time there to solve the problems and just completely missing out. Being down 2 rooks there, and Anna Muzichuk, a big stage player with that win, taking it away and showing that this competition is wide open in the women's.
Hats off to Bibisara for holding her nerve and managing to find some counterplay.
Every half point. Armageddon is just half a point on the line, I guess. But
it was decided on the clock, right? Getting a winning position but having no time there to solve the problems and just completely missing out. Being down 2 rooks there, and Anna Muzichuk, a big stage player with that win.
There were a lot of brilliant moves played by Bibisara at the end of that.
All the sacrifices that she came up with, the rook lift, picking up that f6 pawn from a dead lost position, actually creating a fight when none existed. And then just when you feel like you have it, it all slips away because you don't have enough time to find that one right accurate move, where from winning, you go into a lost position. And the gap in Norway chess women is closing down.
It's down to 1 point. And talking about accurate moves, when we last left Alireza Fuzja against Vincent Keimer, we left Vincent having to find rook to f6. Did he find it?
And then just when you feel like you have it, it all slips away because you don't have enough time to find that one right accurate move, where from winning, you go into a lost position. And the gap in Norway chess women is closing down.
It's down to 1 point. And talking about accurate moves, when we last left Alireza Fuzja against Vincent Keimer, we left Vincent having to find rook to f6.
Forcing
Did he find it?
White to go back. In this position, bishop c1 here would have been maybe the best practical try. And now, black with the black might start developing his bishop, starts developing initiative. Big time rook coming to his position later. Vincent took his eye off the king side though, went away with his bishop. He's actually lost a lot of time. He played bishop d6 a few moves ago, bishop e7, and then bishop back to c5, so he's losing tempo. Question mark, rook left, knight to f4, deeping into some nice outposts. White d6, and this is how we got here. a5, c1 to stabilize the knight, and best practical try. He's rerouting all of his pieces, Alireza. I think he's just going to put a bishop on d2, occupy the open file. He's happy to trade off if he needs to. Vincent took his eye off. I think see black being overextended here. Show me the f5. He's actually lost a lot of time. He's not really achieving much. Bishop e7, squares for one, jump back to c5, so he's losing tempo.
And you still haven't gotten your bishop on b7. Your attack has come to a complete halt right now. F1 not moving ahead. Now the rook lift makes no sense at all. There's no rook h6. There's no attack on the h2 point as well, which gives white a free hand for all the ideas you mentioned, but also to start fighting for the b file. The bishop on c5 not playing at all. It's done a bit of a dance for Vincent Keimer and come back to the square where it's doing nothing. And you kind of realize that somewhere Vincent lost the thread in this game. Your attack has come to a complete
there's been a lot of moves with the bishop. Also the fact that the other bishop that I've been talking about for a long time hasn't mobilized, and sure enough now it comes into d7. And David, you mentioned the knight can jump to d5. Would an endgame without the queens be favourable for white or black?
Great question.
And you kind of realize that somewhere Vincent lost the thread in this game.
Because it unleashes the bishop.
Yeah, there's been a lot of moves with the bishop. Also the
game like this one.
The other bishop that I've been talking about for a long time hasn't mobilized, and sure enough, now it comes into d7. And David, you mentioned the knight can jump to d5.
Because
Maybe with an endgame without the queen
stronger than the execution. That can happen at any point. Knight d5. Great question.
And you
He
kind
does
of
go in.
realize that somewhere with
Very natural move. I think maybe occupying the open file with the rook first. But he forces Vincent into this endgame as
Other
we see
bishop
with the
that I've been
quite
talking
do
about. Ali Reza will be very happy with the turn of events. You mentioned tension, and one game that really has been full of a lot of pressure was Magnus against Wesley. Let's head there, because we were uncertain as to what white should be doing, how black should be also maintaining the balance, and we see from the current live position that Magnus did go for d4, d5. There have been a trade of light squared bishops, and also, well, Wesley's just moved his knight away from the golden square of g6. Maybe we can quickly backtrack, because we were then dive in. What white should be doing, how black should be also maintaining the balance,
into that thinking posture again.
We see
we left it here after
from
rook to
the
d2, bit of a
current live
mysterious
position
move.
that Magnus did go for
obviously there are no
d4,
breakthroughs for
d5.
white
There
yet,
have been a
so,
trade of light squared
be
bishops,
as good a move as any.
and
Rook
also,
f7.
well,
Wesley's saying
Wesley
anything
just
you can do,
moved
I can
his
do
knight
better.
away
Just waiting with the rook, maybe clearing the path to the rook to
Maybe we can
the other rook to come into the game. Magnus waited, king h1. Wesley said, whatever you do, again I can do better. King h7, and Magnus finally got we left it here. Itchy fingers. He decided to connect the pawn chain, build the beautiful center here for white. Bishop back to d7, not going the whole way back home. We saw bishop trade. Magnus does get a square for the knight. Wait at f5, but that's clearing the path. Easily challenged by Wesley. And the question is, firstly, is Magnus going to trade knights? Secondly, Wesley said doesn't want to trade knights. Does he go back and start repeating the position? What do we think? Does he have anything better in the live board right now?
Well, there is a direct question, right? Because black is hinting at taking the knight on f5 and then picking up that pawn as well. And if you were to take that knight, then you're giving Wesley so another key in the position, which is to break with f5 at the right moments. Once the rook from a8 comes into the game, you can place it on f8, g8, h8, take your pick, and then strike in the center. I don't know how comfortable you're feeling. David, for me, the biggest question is if Magnus was to even fall back with the knight. Does Wesley agree for repetition? Or will he get ambitious and say, I've got this f5 break coming in, I want to play for more? Then you're giving Wesley so another key in the position, which is to break with f5 at the right moments. Once the rook from a8 comes into the game, you can place it on f8, g8, h8, take your pick, and then strike in the center. I don't know how comfortable you're feeling. David, for me, the biggest question is if Magnus was to even fall back with the knight. Does Wesley agree for repetition? Or will he get ambitious and say, I've got this f5 break coming in, I want to play for more?
Being too happy retreating all the way here. Magnus has definitely not got any advantage, and we have to be worried about the clock.
Yeah, still 14 moves to make to meet time control. That's just a little over a minute per move for Magnus Carlsen with 17 minutes on the clock right now. Wesley's done a fantastic job to keep the pressure going on world #1 so far in this game with the black pieces. You know, in an Italian, going aggressive with the h and the g pawn moving forward, Wesley's playing like he's playing with the white pieces instead.
That is very true. He is piling on the pressure, and decision time for Magnus. What are we in agreement? Draw? Are we going to see a repetition? Knight h4? You guys were kind of saying, yeah, maybe he should take the draw.
I think Wesley plays this so far in this game with the black pieces. You know, in an Italian, going aggressive with the h and the g pawn moving forward, Wesley's playing like he's playing with the white pieces instead. I'd say Magnus tries to bail out. Wesley denies the bail.
And decision time for Magnus.
It really would.
I'd love to see it, but it would be
Are we going to see a repetition? Knight h4? You guys were kind of saying,
and it makes a lot of sense. I mean, there isn't a clear advantage, and it's not like if you get f5, you're winning in this position as well. It could go either way with the black king feeling unsafe as well. I think logically, I'm with you. A huge chance of actually a quick Armageddon coming up over the next few moves if you see knight h4. Although I would love to see Wesley fight this out and make Magnus sweat a little bit before he goes into an Armageddon. Magnus needs to make his move and his decision quickly.
Magnus goes under 10 minutes on
And
this
it
move
makes a lot of sense. I mean, there isn't a clear advantage, and it's not like if you get f5, you're winning in this position as well. It could go either way with the black king feeling unsafe as well. I think logically, I'm with you. A huge chance of actually a quick Armageddon. You need to stay connected to that f6 pawn as well, and also put pressure on that knight on f5. Still some decisions to be made by Wesley. What he wants Armageddon. For Magnus even, what he wants to do with that knight. Once Wesley falls back with the queen, immediately ready. And this is so important when you're playing against Magnus. You need to maximize every single opportunity, every single strength you have. You know, get up, leave the board, put pressure on Magnus, show that you're confident. Don't take time, put pressure on Magnus's clock, move on again for Magnus with the clock running down.
Absolutely, and that's a critical lesson to anyone playing someone higher rated than them. Be confident, believe in yourself, and definitely play quickly to apply pressure. And talking about pressure, well, time travel is just around the corner, and we're going to go on a short break. When we return, it is going to be drama aplenty, so stay tuned.
Again for Magnus with the clock running down.
Absolutely, and that's a critical lesson to anyone playing someone higher rated than them. Be confident, believe in yourself, and definitely play quickly to apply pressure. And talking about pressure, well, time travel is just around the corner, and we're going to go on a short break. When we return, it is going to be drama aplenty, so stay tuned.
What's crazy?
With the clock running down.
When they
And that's a critical lesson to anyone playing
So you're happy with getting away with winning
Be
that?
confident, believe in
Yeah,
yourself,
because the classical game was difficult.
definitely play quickly to apply pressure. And talking about pressure, well,
so that's a
time
different
travel
way to
is
do it.
just around the corner, and we're going to go on a short break. When we return, it is going to be
Sorry about it, but it was,
drama
I can understand
aplenty,
because
so
there's
stay
stuff
tuned.
happening there.
when they
And that's a critical lesson to anyone playing
So you're
someone
happy
higher
with
rated than them. Be It is that time again when our heroes assemble, and we will find out who will rise, who will fall to the challenge as the clock starts ticking down and the pressure starts rising. We see on Magnus Carlsen's board against Wesley So, he has attacked the Queen, and now it's a big decision as to what Magnus will do. Will he try to initiate some repetition? Heroes assemble. See him move a piece, he drops the knight back, and now it's going to be a question for Wesley So how he can continue building, working the magic on the Queen side, whereas in other games I'm seeing that there's a nice amount of tension between Pragmander and Gukesh, and things are slowly balancing out in the game between Ruja and Assaubayeva. In the women's, well, Zhuzhina is the one who is pressing hard against Divya Deshmukh, whereas Wenjun supposed to be getting her first set of classical points as she tries to apply the pressure against Pumpy Canary. So, a lot of action potentially happening on our boards. Where should we go to? In the women's.
For a bit, and we'll of course come back because Matt is playing with the white pieces. Thor is playing with the white pieces. But I really want to check in with Zhuzhina and Divya if we have a moment. It's an endgame, and again, it looks like White has something to play for here. Now, Zhuzhina and Divya are from the chasing pack in Norway chess for women. Anna Muschuk has already taken down Bibisara today in their Armageddon, which means any one win right now on this would completely blow open the standings, and we'll have a big shift up in Norway chess women. And I have a feeling that there are ideas in this position for White, with the rook lined up against the black bishop, the black king in the center of the board, the bishop and the knight beautifully placed. I'm thinking about ways of advancing the king, then g4, f5 coming in. Anna Muschuk has already taken down the side now. I'm picking Jenna, which means any one win right now on this would completely blow open the standings, and we'll have a big shift up in Norway chess women. And I have a feeling that there are ideas in this position for White, with the rook lined up against the black bishop, the black king in the center of the board, the bishop and the knight beautifully placed. I'm thinking about ways of advancing the king, then g4, f5 coming in.
Some kind of threat, so g4, f5
which means any one win right now on this
to get a bigger advantage. Divya, I don't think it's her type of position. Defending, a bit grim, very bad for Blackie's draw. She's also really struggling on the clock, Divya, so that might be the way to front here. Again, like Bunny said,
Divya's missing a queen and a couple of other pieces to make it her kind of position. I think she loves those middle games, she loves those combative fights. This is a defensive end game where you're basically waiting for your opponent to come at you, and that's never fun for any player.
No, it's not fun, but it's exactly what Divya needs to do. She needs to initiate some trades. It's not going to be an easy task because Zhuzhina has a fantastic bishop there on d5 pointing at e7. Some beautiful pieces to boot.
I think she loves
Can we also just peek in on a Wenjun Humpy Canary? Because there, Wenjun, no, it's not fun, but it's exactly what I would say gotten the bishop pair and gotten a small advantage. Some trades. It's not going to be an easy task because Zhuzhina has a fantastic
especially strong lays the vision doesn't really hit much right now.
Beautiful pieces.
Yes, some people argue that
can we also just peek in on a Wenjun Humpy Canary?
Left here. I wonder whether this rook trade she can dodge it somehow. Does she swing the rook across? It's a bit vague. I don't really see the immediate threats, but she probably needs to avoid all the exchanges here when she wants to win the lane. Because if the rooks come off, the black rook comes in, gets rooks queens off. I don't think the rook alone is enough. The bishop is hitting queen. What could the winning plan be then, or to at least one Humpy under some pressure?
I actually love the move rook to g4. It comes in with a lot of threats. You want to get in with your queen to h6, bishop to e4. You're not only threatening the g7 spot, but the h7 spot as well. I think the only question that's going on in Wenjun's mind, who definitely for both these players going into an Armageddon just doesn't suffice at this stage, considering that they're bottom of the leaderboard, completely winless so far at Norway chess. A classical win is the only thing that can give them any hope. To keep both those majors, to keep both rooks, is that if after rook g4, Humpy has the potential to actually push that h pawn and keep chasing that white rook. If you can have a good response to this, I think Wenjun as well will find a way to keep the rooks on the the board, but apparently h5 solves Humpy's problems. Both these players going into an Armageddon just doesn't suffice at this stage, considering that they're bottom of the leaderboard, completely winless so far at Norway chess. A classical win is the only thing that can give them any hope. To keep both those majors, to keep both rooks, is that move. If after rook g4, Humpy has the potential to actually push that h pawn and keep chasing that white rook. If you can have a good response to this, I think Wenjun will find a way to keep the rooks on the board, but apparently h5 solves Humpy's problems.
Her last move was rook takes c4, so I was wondering whether h4 was her natural follow-up. But yeah, she's done a great job of making that difficult pin.
To keep
What do we think? Is this 4-2 result position? Is Humpy just playing for the draw here?
She'd definitely be relieved to take this to Armageddon, is the feeling that you get, right? With the bishop pair, the bishop's ready to jump into the center of the board, eyeing both pawns on the flank there, a potential attack, rook on d1, nicely placed, bishop d4, bishop e4. I want to avoid that. I think for Humpy to take this to Armageddon would be the aim currently.
Yeah, I agree. I do feel like it is a game of two results. Probably we're going to see a trade of rooks, and maybe Wenjun will start to go into the English plan, h4.
Both pawns on the flank there.
When you're stuck for a plan, h4 is never a bad plan.
I want to avoid that.
No.
Before Alpha came up with it.
Exactly, we were doing it
Would be the aim
way before. Like I was
Williams back in
I agree.
1834 was playing.
Harry the h pawn.
Okay, no trade of rooks. Wenjun finds a way to just keep the pressure on bishop to c6. And now there's questions for Humpy. What is she going to do about her knight?
I want to avoid that.
Mentioned him already this show. He was
Exactly,
the answer to the
we were
trivia
doing
question
it
for Karpov.
way before. Like I was
Like blocking the open file with the bishop. It's so effective sometimes. Then white can try and take over. But for now, yeah.
Okay, no trade of rooks. Wenjun finds a way
the white bishop's
to
intention is to
just
sit
keep
on
the
the
pressure on
b4
bishop to
blockading square.
c6.
Can't be touched.
Now
Can't
there's
be moved.
questions
b4
for Humpy.
is coming in the near future.
And if you break the connection with some bishop to c5, is that anything? Or are there tactics in the air?
Like blocking the open file with the bishop. So effective sometimes. Defending the bishop, white can try and take over tactic. For now, yeah. The black knight only really has one square, and again the idea b4. Not sure how effective it is to sit on the b4, but we worked out. KB calculate can't be touched. Can't be moved. b4.
It's not easy, especially with a bishop anchored on c6. Is that anything?
Black can go back. Black is still solid. Black doesn't have many weaknesses, but this is such a beautiful piece. She would be feeling uncomfortable here for sure.
Absolutely, and as long as pieces stay on the board, that pressure just keeps piling up. And I want to, just bring into that point of the Karpov-Unzicker game where we talk about using a minor piece to stop any trades on an open line. And one of the ideas that are often expressed with it is that you then line up all your majors and win that file by eventually retreating the minor piece. But there's another plan which we actually saw in the Karpov-Unzicker game, that once you clamp up on the file, you basically restrict all your opponent's pieces with, as you can see, no movement, and you completely shift attention to the right side of the board. Then your ideas of h4, queen e4, queen g4, pushing that h pawn up the board, maybe using your rook suddenly also comes into play, just the flexibility of first making sure no trades and then actually finishing the game on the other side. By eventually retreating the minor piece. But there's another plan which we actually saw in the Karpov-Unzicker game, that once you clamp up on the file, you basically restrict all your opponent's pieces with, as you can see, no movement, and you completely shift attention to the right side of the board. Then your ideas of h4, queen e4, queen g4, pushing that h pawn up the board, maybe using your rook suddenly also comes into play, just the flexibility of first making sure no trades and then actually finishing the game on the other side.
Get that increment. That is already severe
I'm just going to say for both these players, an extra few minutes for Wenjun, but even 19 moves in 21 minutes feels like time travel. So you can just imagine the pressure on Humpy being on the defensive side.
Yeah, it's going to be quite tough for Humpy as well. She has to take the decision. Is she going to go back with the knight to f8, or is she going to jump forward and try to untangle in that way? But there's no clear solution, as we've seen. She simply perhaps has to grit her teeth
extra few minutes for Wenjun,
go
but even
back.
19 moves in 21 minutes
Because she has one hope,
so you
and
can
that
imagine
is
the pressure on Humpy being on the
she
defensive
plays that,
side.
right? Yeah, she plays that. It's going to be the reason why I hesitated is suddenly I realized that the bishop on b2 is also going to be a key player as well at the right time, coming into d4 and start poking around, targeting b6. As we've seen, not an easy position at all for Humpy.
Starts with a good move. Knight to f8 is a solid choice, but we'll come back and check out if Wenjun is able to create anything even more here for white.
reason why I hesitated is suddenly I realised that the bishop on b2 is also going to be a key player as well
all of them.
at the right time.
Top left of the green board, Firouzja, really low on time, under 10 minutes already. Magnus, even more drastic, under 8 minutes. He's still thinking, and starts to crack down to 12 minutes against Gukesh's 22. Feels like something's coming. Something's coming in the next few minutes, next few moves, and I have a feeling we might see blood at top green boards.
All the players with the white pieces struggling on the clock and sometimes struggling on the board as well, including the world number one, I want to say right now, Magnus Carlsen. That's that center board right there. You know, Wesley playing with all his pieces. He's also threatening to bring his knight to hit that bishop, which feels quite trapped on the edge of the board right now. We've had a few more moves. We probably just backtrack the two moves that have been played since Magnus retreated his knight, David, from f5 once Wesley's queen went back. Magnus said, no trades for you, Mr. Wesley. And look at that, with the bishop trapped on h4, Wesley playing the maneuvering game. The queen goes sideways. The final piece comes into the attack. Always watch out for f5 and knight g6. Dual threats. Meanwhile, back to Carlsen, I'm not seeing the threats that he's imposing right now. We've had a few more moves. We probably just backtrack the two moves that have been played since Magnus retreated his knight, David, from f5 once Wesley's queen went back. Magnus said, no trades for you, Mr. Wesley. And look at that, with the bishop trapped on h4, Wesley playing the maneuvering game. The queen goes sideways. The final piece comes into the attack. Always watch out for f5 and knight g6. Dual threats. Meanwhile, back to Carlsen, I'm not seeing the threats that he's imposing right now.
This round, also in the pride game, when the center is closed, Magnus, I was skeptical that he gets seen this opening from him. It's not his style. He said in the confessional he forgot all the details, which didn't help. That's like the block. It's been his massive Achilles heel this tournament so far. He's lost 2 classical games, mainly because of the clock situation. He might happen again.
I mean, David, it's 11 moves with about 6 minutes on the clock. That's just a little over 30 seconds per move right now for Magnus Carlsen in a position that's extremely rich and extremely complicated. And I love how Wesley hasn't broken out yet. He's just waiting for Magnus to get under deeper time trouble before he asks the real question, whether it comes with c6, whether it comes with f5. But it is coming in this position. I don't think there's any bailout card in this anymore for a repetition for Magnus to force an Armageddon. That's just a little...
Magnus has to be really careful.
Little over 30 seconds per move right now for Magnus Carlsen in a position that's extremely rich and extremely complicated. And I love how Wesley hasn't broken out yet. He's just waiting for Magnus to get under deeper time trouble before he asks the real question, whether it comes with c6, whether it comes with f5. But it is coming in this position. I don't think there's any bailout card in this anymore for a repetition. That is actually an incredible move that you pointed out, because White can't go forward with a knight or any other square because Magnus's queen is overloaded, David, and that's why you want the f knight going back. If the knight goes anywhere except f1, you end up losing big material there.
Game over. Wesley's looking at this move. If not now, soon. To overload the white queen, his knight, bishop, everything, and it's hanging by a thread. The mat gets over.
Do you think Wesley spots this? Does he go back with that knight that looks so beautifully posted on f4 to go back to g6 and ask some real questions to Magnus? First, find that move knight to f1, and that still doesn't solve your problems. Once that knight gets out of the way, you strike with f5.
And he's certainly looking like he has seen something, because we suddenly saw him get up in the chair, show some excitement. Knight g6 would be a devilish move with the idea of attacking the bishop, but also having eyes on the rook on d2.
It would be a shocker, right? With 5.5 minutes on the clock, Magnus would end up burning even more time. But b6 is the human move, but the fact that Wesley hasn't rushed with it, I think it's on his radar.
Because we suddenly saw him get up in the chair,
he's so good at changing gears and sensing weakness.
Knight g6.
Maybe the one criticism throughout his whole career for Wesley, he's had this kind of reputation of just being really solid against the top guys, not being overly ambitious. But against anyone who's not named Magnus Carlsen, he would go all out now. He would be like, you're down to 5 minutes, half a minute per move. I sense weakness. Change the pace, change the gears.
I think it's on his radar.
Knight g6, f5, boom. But I think against Magnus, maybe more likely to play g6, just pass the move back. Maybe that would also make some sense, just asking Magnus what the intention behind it b3 was. Kind of very odd move to make anyway.
Yeah, and then it's not an easy response for Magnus after b6 as well, because all the threats are on the board. You know, Wesley's been so incredibly smart this tournament. He's been getting those classical draws, plus armor wins, and then climbing up the leaderboard. He's in the chaser pack right now. And again, I think he plays this. I think he goes knight after g6, hits that bishop. Wesley, so if he had to play b6, he would have done it 2 minutes ago.
Yes, he would have played that move by hand, as we say. He would have played it instantly. Knight g6. Will he roll the dice and go on the front foot the whole whole idea, as Hanya and David are mentioning, just start to accelerate the play with advancing the pawn to f5. Well, also, Wesley is a very good evaluator of risk. He loves to play for wins without taking massive risks. So I can see Wesley just going, I can do b6 and I can do knight to g6 and no one is going to stop me.
Very possible that he starts off with b6. I'd love to see knight f g6, max pressure on wall number 1 if you're Wesley. So this is the opportunity that you have, right? You get them far in view when you're playing against Magnus Carlsen. So far at Norway chess, Wesley's been patient, he's been precise, and deadly when the opportunities present themselves. This is one of those. Ivanka, if he finds knight f g6, I think Wesley is very close to taking this one with Magnus under 6 minutes on the clock. Very possible that he starts off with
11
b6.
moves
I'd love to see knight f g6 to be max pressure on wall number 1 if you're Wesley. So this is the opportunity that you have, right? You get them far in view when you're playing against Magnus Carlsen. So far at Norway chess, Wesley's been patient, he's been precise, and deadly when the opportunities present themselves. This is one of those.
Mango, what is
Ivanka,
it?
if he
Magnus
finds
is
knight
asking
f
for something.
g6,
He's clearly a bit
I
distracted.
think Wesley is very close to taking this one
While
with
Wesley is
Magnus
thinking
under
over this
6 minutes
key
on the
moment,
clock.
maybe we can jump in and show why knight g6 is actually by far the best move right now. b6 is fine, covers the queen side, but Magnus would then get time to try and sort out his pieces, maybe starting with knight back to f1 or sliding his rook. Knight to g6 hits the bishop. It's played by Wesley. It's played.
He plays it.
Has to retreat his knight now, defend his rook, so that the queen can defend his bishop. Now capture, and Wesley ignoring everything, boom, blowing it open with f5, while the knight is vulnerable on f1 right now. This gives black a big advantage, and Magnus would be forced to start retreating, bring the queen back, for example. We could see stuff start to happen. Now this is Wesley at his best. Knight back to f1, played by Magnus. More water appears.
Yeah, but not more time on the clock. That's the problem.
Not more time, but we are going to see more Armageddons as we have a draw between Alireza Firouzja and Vincent Kaimat, two players analyzing there. Well, once Alireza leaves the playing hall and starts to prepare, he will realize he had a little bit of a close shave against Vincent. But can Vincent break the Armageddon curse? That's what we're going to be seeing in a few minutes.
That's the problem. Alireza Firouzja definitely the more relieved one out of this. Full pressure with the white pieces. Vincent Kaimat, great prep there. A great way of handling some inaccuracies, letting go of the advantage. But we have to listen in.
Realize he had a little bit of a close shave against Vincent. But can Vincent break the Armageddon curse? That's what we're going to be seeing in a few minutes.
That's the problem. Alireza Firouzja definitely the more relieved one out of this. Full pressure with the white pieces. Vincent Kaimat, great prep there. A great way of handling some inaccuracies, letting go of the
we saw them analyzing, but big news of Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So. Let's go directly there.
He's got f5 on the board. David, this is the line that you were mentioning earlier. The problem in the position with knight f g6. Wesley So is in absolute beast mode today.
Magnus is on the brink of a third classical defeat. He's really feeling the pressure now, surely. No time to go pawn hunting. White rook taking b7 is an irrelevant pawn.
Magnus Carlsen
and early in the middle game, no chance of creating a pass pawn. He's facing a big threat. F takes e4.
David, this is the line that you were mentioning earlier. The problem in the position with knight f g6. Wesley So is in absolute beast mode today.
On the diagonal. Knight g6 as well is in the air to gain tempo. Magnus has under 4 minutes now to make 8 moves. No time to go pawn hunting.
And it's a very difficult position to boot as well, as the queen does come back, defending that knight on f1. This is Wesley's chance to open up the position completely. You could take that pawn on e4, David, forcing Magnus to capture with the queen. Pawn takes pawn would lose on the spot. With tactics coming, the knight on f1, rook takes knight, queen takes rook, game over.
4 minutes now to show if after pawn takes pawn.
And it's a very difficult position to boot as well, as the queen does come back, defending that knight on f1. This is Wesley's chance to open up the position completely. You could take that pawn on e4, David, forcing Magnus to capture with the queen. Pawn takes pawn would lose on the spot. With tactics coming, the knight on f1, rook takes knight, queen takes rook, queen takes rook, game over.
I think this might be difficult, but apparently here, after lock with the knight is still very strong. Knight is free and goes pawn hunting, then there will be simply too much of an attack against the white king. The rook will come, the other rook will slide, the knight will come, defended by the black. This pawn, no time will take over. This is just a huge advantage for Wesley. So Queen e1, taking a strong. I think he might still play b6.
I agree.
Continuing later.
Well, b6 is very much in Wesley's style as well. It's not like he's letting go of the attack. He has absolutely all of the choices here. He can take on e4 at will. And the question remains for Magnus, how is he going to continue?
No easy decisions after b6, right? And keeping the tension is the hardest thing you can do to a player who's running low on the clock right now. Keeping all the possible trades there. And Wesley looks like he's, in the mood for a fight.
He's letting go of the attack.
He wants to make this as difficult as possible. He's trying to calculate the lines. He wants to be precise and concrete as well. David, I agree. Pawn takes pawn and allowing a recapture with a check. It doesn't feel like the most human way to continue this pressure right now after b6, right? And keeping the tension is the hardest thing you can do to a player who's running low on the clock right now. Keeping all the possible trades there. And Wesley looks like he's, in the mood for a fight.
Thirsty Wesley So is here.
He wants to make this as difficult as possible. He's trying to calculate the lines. He wants to be precise and concrete as well. David, I agree. Pawn takes pawn and allowing a recapture with a check.
On the back
it doesn't feel like the most human.
Wesley has all the chances on the king side. You can see a future where the h4 moves forward, g4 moves forward, and black starts just moving the rooks over to the king side. Magnus's king is going to come under some heavy weather.
He wants to be precise and concrete as well. It looks like that with so many of the pieces on the other side of the board. It doesn't feel like Wesley, if he wants to play b6, he should play it really quickly. Everything's defended, right? All the pawns are defended on the right side of the board. Any trade feels like it would support Wesley's cause of opening up lines towards Magnus's kings, all those HG line ideas that Ivanka, you're referring to right now. Magnus's king under fire. Wesley's taking a bit extra time. More Wesley thinks, the more time Magnus has to figure things out.
No, he goes for it!
For the most impressive move. He should play it really quickly.
He's allowing a recapture with a check.
All the pawns are defended on the right side of the board. Any trade feels like it would support Wesley's cause of opening up lines towards Magnus's kings.
And Wesley does block with the knight. He's going full attack Wesley So. He smells it. He senses weakness. Magnus.
More Wesley thinks.
He needs to find a miracle now to survive. Rook is coming to f4. This is the dream King's Indian. The best King's Indian type of position I've ever seen. Of course, it came from a different opening, but Wesley getting close now.
He's getting close. He's going to get close to the white queen, and it doesn't stop there, right? You double up on the f file, and you put maximum pressure on that f3 pawn, which can't grab the pawn because the knight being x-rayed on that first rank right now. Rook f7 coming in before rook f4 or not. It's just crazy that Wesley found this idea, pawn takes pawn, and then just simply block with the check, continuing all the attack.
Yeah, Wesley smells blood. He's certainly in for the kill. This beautiful idea of piling up all of the pressure on the F line. He doesn't care about material. What is Magnus going to do? He goes g3.
He's stopping the move rook to f4 for now. And the point is, if your opponent makes a move like this, you know you're on the right track.
Right, and it doesn't stop Wesley's ultimate plan, which is to double up on the F line. Wesley smells blood.
He's going to double up. Magnus, I guess he's going to have to defend that pawn with his other rook. And white is almost totally frozen on that side of the board. There's going to be a long-term pin on the F file. Then Wesley at the right moment to come out and play b6.
And the point is,
he can do it now if he wants probably as well. But
you know you're on the right track.
that Wesley can't find a breakthrough.
Well, the thing is, though, if the rook ever leaves d2, the queen is going to zoom in down to c1 and start sniffing around.
With his other rook and white is now but totally frozen on that side barrier. It's going to be under 3 minutes. Only 5 moves to make now, so he'll be hoping for that e6 soon.
Yeah, and Wesley needs to keep up on the momentum. He can't really slow down now. He gets ready. He does line up. Magnus ready with his response. Does what we were referring to keep things under control. The thing is, if it was any other player sitting opposite Wesley, we'd be saying that he's toast. Wesley has got this. But it's Magnus Carlsen, right? It's not over until the score sheet says it.
It's not over until Magnus has resigned. Completely true, Tanya. Completely true. Magnus still fighting hard. Maybe now it's time for Wesley, as David's indicated, just to go b6.
The thing is, if it was any other player sitting opposite Wesley, we'd be saying that he's toast. Wesley has got this. But it's Magnus Carlsen, right? It's not over until the score sheet says
Maybe
it.
you can even slow play it at some point
Over until Magnus
try and bring your knight round.
Or he doesn't. He just comes in with the queen. Tanya, completely true.
Big
Magnus
threat.
still
Maybe
fighting
some sacrifices. White rook is tied down to the f3 pawn, so there's no reason to play b6 yet.
David's indicating
He's going to move his king, perhaps.
Just
Looks like a natural move. You have to be careful where you go.
I think what Wesley is also setting up with getting the queen in is rerouting it to the d1 square, where I'm hitting your white rook on b3. I'm hitting extra the pawn on a4 and hitting the pawn on f3. It looks like a multi-purpose square for the black queen, the spot where the white queen starts from.
And I'm so impressed with Wesley's calculation. He said, well, you know, it's fine. I don't need to worry about white taking that pawn on b7 because the black king can always hide on h6 if checked.
Is rerouting it to the Magnus takes the time out to defend f3, so fighting against the threat of queen to d1. At least f3 remains defended, but I think he can still go for it, David. Queen d1. Are you brave enough to capture where the white queen starts from?
And I'm so impressed with Wesley's calculation. He said, well, you know, it's fine.
Wesley tries to simplify. The b2 pawn will be hanging, but this has been given a question mark. Is Magnus back in the game? Could he survive this? Magnus will take back that rook.
f3, so fighting against the threat. Magnus Carlsen, you give him one shot and he's right back in the mix. He does take it. This also means that the next few moves come in fast and quick for Magnus, right? He makes it towards that 40 move mark much more easy. Let off the hook.
Wesley tries to simplify. The b2 pawn will be rook. Tries to force the white rook to be deflected. Will he take the pawn? b2 is hanging. He will be a pawn up.
Wesley takes with the pawn, David. You take it with the rook, then you're just inviting another trade.
The way that he's been playing, I would say pawn takes pawn.
Yes.
But a no-risk way of playing it and probably would fizzle out to a draw. We rook takes pawn, so big moment for Wesley here.
Force the white rook to be deflected. Will he take the rushed in when b2 is? He could have played rook takes f3 anytime. He could have waited. He could play b6.
Wesley takes with the pawn, David.
He could have done anything.
You take it with the rook, then you're just inviting another trade.
Forever.
The way that he's been playing,
he could have been a pawn up in the b2 pawn in so many other ways when he was more ready.
But a no-risk way of playing it and probably would fizzle out to a draw.
That's very strange because that f-pawn wasn't going anywhere. There was no universe in which Magnus would have captured on g4 with f2 under attack. You have a free hand with your queen. You can take a timeout with b6. You can take a timeout with anything you want, and Magnus is under pressure on the clock. Now you just rush through to try and cash in. He takes it with the pawn. If you pick it up with your rook, you're going to give a check on b2. Magnus.
The blue arrow appeared. He should have walked forward with his king. King to h3, running away.
That's very strange
the
because that
only way
f-pawn
to
wasn't
hold the
going
balance.
anywhere. There was no
Magnus now,
universe in
big
which
mistake
Magnus
from
would have
him.
captured on g4
He's
with
accepting a
f2
pawn down
under
in
attack.
game.
You have a free
Now
hand with your
Wesley's back
queen.
in
You
the
can take a
driver's seat.
timeout with b6.
Taking
You
a
can take a
pawn with
timeout
check,
with anything
which
you
he will
want,
do.
and Magnus is under pressure on
It
the
was
clock.
such a gutsy
Now you
move
just
to
rush
step
through
your
to try
king
and cash
right
in.
into
He
the
takes it
firing
with the
line.
pawn. If
Had
you
to
pick
be
it up with
very
your rook,
cool to
you're
do
going to
that.
give a check on b2.
Magnus going for a practical approach, giving up a pawn in order to get easier play. But he puts his king out there on h3 anyhow.
I think the problem doubles down because Magnus will be forced to trade off all the mages on the board if that blue arrow move appears.
Check queen d4, only winning move for Wesley. So everything else gives white counterplay. Rook takes rook allows the white queen to start creating some threats. The queen will hit h5, preferably queen f7 check. Trading rooks is not enough. He needs to trade queens, and then the pawn advantage tells the white a4 pawn isolated as well. The black knight will come around later. The c5 square once the queens are off. Queen d4. I think he finds it.
Absolutely, and it's not only the queens coming off, Magnus will be forced to get the rooks off the board as well, with the knight on f1 hanging in many of those positions after queen d4, which means that he reaches out, he's about to play. Queen d4 is happening, and it's on the board. Wesley So playing this to perfection. Is Magnus about to lose his third game at Norway chess?
This is going down. I think he just missed or underestimated this move. The fact that rook on f8 maybe defended by the knight, maybe that's what he missed. He can't retreat his queen. Retreating the white queen would allow a deadly check.
In many of those positions after queen d4, which means that he reaches out, he's about to play. Queen d4 is happening, and it's on the board.
Just be over on the spot. Wesley, the fans here, nonsense now, saying, oh, he must have seen that, cheering for Wesley So. He's about to take down Magnus Carlsen for only the second time in his career in classical chess. So close now. He can't retreat his queen.
So close. It's a cinema moment as the queens get traded off. And for Magnus, he has to accept even more trades.
They say famously that knight pawn endings are exactly like king pawn endings. Here down a pawn, all the knight maneuvers that you were earlier talking about, c4 and a4 completely weak. I think for Wesley, I would say this is trivial to convert this. He takes it with the knight. Knight's going to find its path on e5. d5 or c5 via the d7 square next. Notice how Magnus's knight still far away from any attack, wanting to get to d2, b3, but that just gives Wesley enough time to regroup his pieces. Up on the clock, about to win this one.
Honeybee says we expect a table slam. Maybe we can expect something like that from sheer frustration from Magnus. Dropping the king back now, Magnus is praying for a miracle to survive this.
Still far away from any attack, wanting to get to d2, b3, but that just gives Wesley enough time to regroup his pieces.
Even then, if the Black Knight is ever able to step
about to win this one.
win the A4 pawn, that A5 pawn for Black is going to potentially decide the game. Wesley races towards it. That A5 pawn might be a future queen. Magnus is running with his own knight. He's keeping a poker face right now, Magnus Carlsen, a great poker player. But it does feel like he's going down to defeat. We'll see whether he's shocked, whether he's upset. We'll find out soon. He's fighting for now. C5 looks step strong though.
It's the most human way to play in this position, and the point for Magnus, look at it, you can see it on his face. He can't believe what he's walked into. You know, usually you go into an endgame and there's only one man winning it, but even Magnus Carlsen has to know that this is looking extremely dire for him. Knight b6, knight c5, both coming in. Wesley so in full control. This one is going to hurt Magnus Carlsen's campaign.
First time Magnus has been properly outplayed from start to finish.
Position, and the point for Magnus, look at it, you can see it on his face. He can't believe what he's walked into. You know, usually you go into an endgame and there's only one man winning it, but even Magnus Carlsen has to know that this is looking extremely dire for him. Knight b6, knight c5, both coming in.
That shows how strong
Wesley so in full control. This one is going to hurt Magnus Carlsen's campaign.
Wesley pouncing. Can he do the hardest part though? The hardest part is finish.
Look at it, you can see it on his face.
Wesley has just been playing to perfection, as you mentioned. You know, it's elementary. I love this idea. Knight b6, knight c5. There are so many weak pawns for white to target. I don't see Wesley going wrong at all here.
And you win that A pawn, that's pretty much game over, right? The A5 pawn will be decisive, will distract all of White's army to try to defend that from becoming a queen, and then you advance with your own king and gobble up the pawns on the right side of the board. For Wesley, he's got to be feeling it, and nerves right now, knowing how close he is to a three-pointer win right now, which will not only pretty much destroy Magnus's hopes of his 8th Norway chess title, pretty much game over, but put Wesley so firmly in the race. Will distract all of White's army to try to defend that from becoming a queen, and then you advance with your own king and gobble up the pawns on the right side of the board. For Wesley,
the momentum you pick up,
and nerves.
He's a confident
right
player.
now, knowing how close he is to a three-pointer win right now, which will
normally Wesley we associate him with being solid, but this is
Norway chess
solid.
title, pretty much game over. And I'll just add to that I think many had put Wesley's best years behind him, and then he shows up at Norway chess. You know, he goes down in the first game and then has been unbeatable, getting win after win and raking up those points in the armor, solidly holding the classical draws there, knowing what his strengths are. And today's start to finish with the black pieces in an Italian, outplaying Magnus Carlsen, not something a lot of people can boast about in their chess career. Many had put Wesley's best years behind him, and then he shows up at Norway chess. You know, he goes down in the first game and then has been unbeatable, getting win after win and raking up those points in the armor, solidly holding the classical draws there, knowing what his strengths are. And today's start to finish with the black pieces.
Once you know the win is almost there, when you have time on the clock, accuracy is the key. Don't give any hope to this play, don't fall for any last-minute tricks.
He's got to be thinking about what are Magnus's defensive resources in this position. Knight c5 is not where your calculation stops, right? You're looking at idea at Magnus either getting to the d4, a5 pawn with his own knight, or the white king marching up towards the center of the board. If you're Magnus Carlsen, where are you relying on the hopes to hold or draw in this one?
Great question, he's the key. Trying to look ahead into the future. I think it might be a case of the white king coming to take this pawn.
He's got to be thinking about
with the king so nearby, the black a5 pawn might hesitate from running too far down the board.
Is not where your calculation
with the king
stops, right?
centralized like that, if it is able to take the d4, then the white knight will try to create some mischief.
Or the white king marching up towards the center of the board.
Pawn on h3
If you're Magnus
will stop the
Carlsen,
black
where
king from
are you relying on the hopes to hold or draw in this one?
pawns. So I think it might just be a case of Magnus taking d4, putting a pawn on h3, moving his knight around and hoping that black has no way forward. So I think what Wesley's looking for is when that does happen, what his winning plan will be. He doesn't want to trade too many pawns.
But one of the things that Magnus is really hoping is that Wesley gets so deep in his calculation that he forgets the obvious, and the obvious is that there is a pawn on a4 that is a target. It's going to go.
Oh, it goes the other way. I think it stops the white king from coming forward instead. Winning for control. He's trying to tie down the white knight instead, so priorities shown there by Wesley.
But one of the things that Magnus is really hoping is that, as you indicated there, and Magnus under the minutes. So from now on, he's going to have to rely on his instincts in order to save this game. Centralizing the king is going to go.
Both of them moving towards the center of the board. I will point out, though, the 5 versus 3 dynamic of the pawns that we see on the left flank. It's incredibly hard for Wesley to create a passed pawn unless he wins that a4 pawn. The way the pawns are placed, how are you breaking through and actually creating a passer? So Wesley at some point needs to reroute that knight towards that a4 pawn to break through.
You can do it right now. As David's indicating, he can plant the knight on b2, he can plant the knight on c5, he can do it with a tempo check.
It's incredibly hard for Wesley to create a passed pawn unless he wins that a4 pawn. The way the pawns are placed, how are you breaking through and actually creating a passer? So Wesley at some point needs to reroute that knight towards that a4 pawn to break through.
And just wait. So I think Wesley's trying to find the ideal setup before he goes towards the center
of the knight on b2,
Magnus Carlsen, the greatest endgame player of all time. Does he hold this one?
Not the way Wesley's playing. Wesley's been so professional about this, not giving Magnus a single bit of hope.
I think the only way Magnus can get this now is if Wesley gets impatient and he kind of goes for a forcing line that doesn't quite work. Ideal setup just because he kind of senses that there's an immediate knockout.
The greatest endgame player
He's
of
been
all
so
time.
measured about it so
Does he
far.
hold this one?
I love how he changed the pace earlier, all that knight g6,
The way
f5,
Wesley's
boom.
playing.
And then now
Wesley's
he's
been
taking
so
a time out. He
professional
knows the
about
hard
this,
work's
not
been done,
giving
Wesley.
Magnus a
Just
single
double
bit
checking,
of
triple checking
hope.
all of his calculations. I think the only way Magnus can get this now
And you
is if
could
Wesley
also
gets
just step
impatient
up
and he
with your king,
goes
go
for a forcing
b6,
line
and
that
then
doesn't quite work.
reroute your knight. Feels like more up Wesley's alley the last few moves, just to completely consolidate before going all in on the left flank. It's also so much about nerves at this point, right? We've seen so many players close to a winning advantage and somehow only happens against Magnus Carlsen that he just gets into your head. It's almost like you're fighting your own psychology to believe that you can take him down. Your knight feels like more up Wesley's alley the last few moves, just to completely consolidate before going all in on the left flank. It's also so much about nerves at this point, right? We've seen so many players close to a winning advantage and somehow only happens against Magnus Carlsen that he just gets into your head. It's almost like make a move. You're fighting your own psychology. You could shuffle around with your own king right now if you're Magnus Carlsen. No plan, he's just got to play the waiting game. Just to completely he falls back with the king. All in on the left flank.
Want to get checked.
It's also so much about nerves at this point,
Waiting,
right? We've seen
allowing
so
a check.
many players
Is the breakthrough. Sooner or later, Wesley has to move his knight round and go for this pawn.
It's got to be the winning plan, right? Whether you do it now, whether you do it after consolidating your position with a move like b6 and recentering your king, but it's the only way to create a passed pawn in this position. He falls back to get those pawns rolling up the board. And that's the thing, one of the most difficult things to do in chess is to change the nature of the position by trading certain pawns and knowing that now is the time to cash in on your advantage.
It's also when to embrace the risk, let go of control. But here, Wesley doesn't need to do that. He can just improve his position. He doesn't need to rush this. He can simply make haste. He can do it slowly.
And that's the thing, one of the most difficult things to do in chess is to change the nature of the position by trading certain pawns and knowing that now is David Howell partially distracted by another thriller.
Also
Another thriller, we'll talk about that one later. That is, of course, Pragnananda.
Of course, David Howell.
Pragnananda against Gukesh. We'll show that one in a minute. It does look like Prag is in the driver's seat. Gukesh in big trouble.
And that's the thing, one of the most difficult things.
Yes, we are definitely prepping a two-board view for that one because it is very spicy in that game. We see the world champion, the world #1 in trouble, and here we have it on the right. It is Prag against Gukesh, and we're talking about getting past pawns. Well, Prag has 3, Tanya.
That is an absolutely crazy position. He does have 3, but he's down a piece in the position as well. Gukesh has got an extra piece. It's absolute madness on the board. Pragmananda's pawns on the 6th rank currently. White's king completely out in the open. I see the bar says Gukesh with an advantage, but I would be scared seeing those pawns on the 6th rank right now as Prag's queen comes back to assist the white king. That is an absolutely crazy position. He does have 3, but he's down a piece in the position as well.
You said you were following the action, and that's the game that had your attention, David, on the board.
Definitely, it's definitely not the Champions League. It's definitely Prag against Gukesh right now, where the bishop can somehow fight White's pawns on that right board that we're seeing on our screen. I think it's just not the White king. The White king might come under heavy fire before the White pawns have a chance to promote. Wow, 2 minutes against 2 minutes. That one, I think, is a coin toss. That could go in any direction. In the meantime, on the left board, Wesley so does make a move for it. He does make his move for glory. He brings his knight in with a check. He'll go pawn hunting any second now. On the other board, the Eva bar swings again as Gukesh naturally brings his rook forward.
Wow, just allowing the white pawns to move ahead. I still don't see the immediate knockout blow that Gukesh has stepped up with this rook moving ahead. C7, D7 gets those pawns into the game. And for Magnus Carlsen, he's trying to get his king into the game. Wesley heading towards the left pawn. That's the left side of our screen right now. I say both these games end decisively.
It's looking that way, but it feels like between Prag and Gukesh, anything can happen. Prag is desperately trying to keep his king safe, but probably the main objective is just simply to advance the pawns. C7 looks to me like one of the best tries. Remember the objective, promote the pawn, whereas talking about promoting the board, that's exactly what Wesley is doing. He's got his king primed and ready to defend on d4, and the knight on b2, it's targeting 2. Probably the main objective is just simply to
maybe we can jump into one of the boards right now. Tanya, which one do you think is going to cause the most immediate drama?
I say we go to the Magnus endgame. I think that's where we're headed. The Prag-Gukesh board does meet time control with 40 moves. The position balanced, but it's going to go on for a while. That's a full bloody fight. But look at this. Wesley so is giving no chances to Magnus Carlsen, hitting both pawns. Magnus desperately trying to get to the a5 pawn.
Maybe we can jump in. Both knights hitting 2 pawns right now. For Wesley, it's a case of prioritization. Normally you would say
we go to the Magnus endgame. I think that's where we're headed. The Prag-Gukesh board does meet time control with 40 moves. The position balanced, but it's going to go on for a while. A full bloody fight. But look at this. Wesley so is giving no chances to Magnus Carlsen, hitting both pawns. Magnus desperately trying to get to the a5 pawn.
Magnus will just react. He's got 20 seconds. He's reacting. His moves will be forced. Wesley is the one who can choose the path forward. And the path is quite wide right now. There is room for error. But of course, he wants to make sure he wants to be a perfectionist here. Down what 5 minutes. If Wesley so gets down to under a minute, this could be the type of position where he loses control.
And for Wesley, he has a lot of choice, right? He could capture the pawns on a4, c4. He could also step up with his king to e5, and he steps up. He protects that all-important pass pawn on d4. Big idea is just simply to come forward with the king and promote the d pawn.
And I think he wants exactly that. And Magnus is going ahead with capturing the a5 pawn. Can Wesley just ignore and not get greedy and go ahead with Ivanka's idea? He does king e4, d3, king f3 coming in next. King e3 even to just win the game on the spot. d2, d1 steps away from promotion. Wesley doesn't want pawns, he wants a queen.
Wow, Wesley, he's been so accurate in this game. 96% accuracy. Deep into this endgame now. Just a few accurate moves away from winning. He will trade off the pawn that has just moved. White's g-pawn is still way too far behind in any race here. Wesley is going to attack White's knight in the moment, drive it away from the defense of the c4 pawn, and Wesley should be winning. But he has to count now. White's got to run. Magnus has got to bank everything on his g-pawn. Deep into this endgame
It's the only chance to save the game, to use that g-pawn as a decoy and in order to allow the white king to step forward. It's still very complicated because the knight on a5 attacks the d7 pawns, and there is also the presence of the a pawn on the board for the time being. So much choice. Not easy for Wesley.
Wesley's been so reluctant to make the move b6 throughout the game. I think it might be time he first throws in a check for forcing Magnus's king in front of that pawn to stop the white-black king from moving forward. He needs to block it and finally pushes the knight back, which will fall to b3. Wesley about to pick up the c4 pawn with a check. Does it? The white king forced to move forward.
Not easy
Whoa.
for Wesley. Is
Magnus
Magnus
so reluctant to make the move b6 throughout the game. I think it might be time he first throws in a
Something
check,
is about the
forcing
fact that
Magnus's
Wesley wasn't
king in
recording his
front of that
moves.
pawn to stop the
Magnus in the end
white-black
decided he
king
doesn't
from
really
moving
mind,
forward.
doesn't really care.
He needs to block it and
Now,
finally pushes the
winning
knight
for
back,
Wesley, it's 4 pawns
which
against
will
3.
fall to
You can just
b3.
defend everything with his
Wesley
knight,
about to
start
pick
picking
up
up
the c4
pawns.
pawn with a
Maybe
check.
you can even go more direct here as black.
And I think the rule is that the player can stop recording when they fall under 5 minutes. So Wesley having those extra seconds, that Magnus letting it go finally. King c3 played. Now the knight can fall back to the center of the board, hit that g4 pawn, defend its own pawn, threaten to march forward with the black king. Magnus Carlsen in an absolutely busted position, but we've seen Magnus do miracles in endgames.
Well, we have seen Magnus perform endgame miracles, but here Wesley is in the zone. All he has to do, as Davis highlighted, is just move that knight to the center, keep an eye on the rogue g-pawn, and the d-pawn is up for grabs, and Magnus knows.
You look at him and you know that he knows. You know, you fall back with that knight, your king is free to pick up the d5 pawn. You're not going to be up one, you're going to be up 2 pawns in that position.
Wesley is so close to victory now. Maybe we can pull up the 2-board split again, because there has been drama on the other board. Gukesh is about to break through and win. He's just played a beautiful rook sacrifice. He's sacking his rook in the center. That's our right board right now. White queen cannot take black central rook because the black rook that has just moved across onto the g-file is swooping down. Crank is about to get checkmated. It's so close now. Gukesh is within a couple of accurate moves from winning this game. Another rook sacrifice, a brilliant one. It is about to be checkmate. A beautiful Gukesh leans back. That could be a tournament changer for him. Great result.
You can see the relief in Gukesh's face. It was a crazy game. It was a wild ride, but it is Gukesh that triumphs and picks up 3 points. And here, Wesley So is the one who is in full control, on the verge of getting his first win in Classical.
And it's going to be against none other than the world #1. Meanwhile, the world champion getting his first Classical win of Norway chess, getting his first win of Norway chess, showing why he's India's board #1 right there in a crazy fight. Anything but a controlled performance. He puts a halt to Pragnananda's amazing run here in Oslo.
On the verge of getting his first win in Classical.
Might as
And it's
well.
going to be against none other than the world #1. Meanwhile, the world champion getting his first win of Norway chess, getting his first win of Norway chess, showing why he's India's board #1 right there in a crazy fight. Anything but a controlled performance. He puts a halt to Pragnananda's
Wesley's totally outplayed him,
amazing
totally
run
outmaneuvered
here in
him.
Oslo.
What a game so far, Wesley. So
And there's nothing to be done if you're white. You can never capture that d2 pawn. All king pawn endgames are lost, and that's it. Magnus Carlsen resigns. Wesley So takes down the world #1.
What a performance there from the American to pick up 3 points with the black pieces. Magnus Carlsen loses. Wesley So, what a champion. What a game.
Wesley So, what a game. Super high accuracy,
Never
96.5%.
capture
Wesley
that
So
d2
in what was a
pawn.
really
Endgames
cagey
are lost, and that's
encounter.
it. Magnus
But he got his
Carlsen
chance, he took his chance.
Wesley So takes down the
Magnus,
world #1.
after a win just before the
What
rest
a
day,
performance
falling
there
back
from the
in this
American
pack, falling
to
down
pick
to
up
defeat. And
3
here we see an
points.
Armageddon. Alireza with
black
white in a must-win
pieces.
situation
Magnus
against
Carlsen
Vincent with black.
loses. Wesley
Draw enough for
So,
Vincent, but
what a
2 bishops
champion.
for
What a
Alireza.
game.
Position about to explode. Super high accuracy, trying to open up the center here, trying to go for Vincent's king in what was a down to under 3 minutes. But he got his chance, he took his chance. This is going to be difficult for Magnus to defend. He tries to block things up at the cost of a pawn, closing the
From the
center.
American
Falling down to defeat, and
Oh,
here we see
and now
Armageddon.
some big decisions for white. Do you capture on d5? Do you take on c5? You'd be more tempted to grab that pawn to not lose your own b4 spot right there. Alireza Firouzja with just a little bit more time than Vincent Keimer, that has to win this game.
He tries to block things up. Do we think it's easier to play with the bishop pair space? but slightly open king maybe for white.
So white will capture on
now that the knight's getting into the center, now it's getting active.
on C5. You'd be more tempted to grab that pawn.
Forks are plenty, so that's probably why we're going to see bishop to A3 and a result
with just a little bit more time than Vincent Keimer.
No result, sorry. No result in that game, although we did see the arbiter hovering over.
Setting the clocks for the next Armageddon. It's Armageddon galore coming in today as well. 2 decisive games so far. I'm waiting for a third one, so we have only 3 Armageddons as per our commentator's prediction. And this is the moment that Keimer takes that time out to defend that d5 on keeping material balance right now. Connect 4 on the board. And David, I know that you are biased towards the bishop pair, but as long as that knight is alive, and look at that, he's doubling down on it, defend it. At some point, you want to pick that up. You don't want to be under 3 minutes walking into 4 decisive games.
And just to clarify that we did see the arbiter around the game between Wenjun and Han Canary,
and this is the moment that Keimer takes that time out to defend that
arbiter was resetting the clocks.
Giving extra time to the player, and there we've got rook c8 quickly played on the board. And look at that, he's doubling down on it.
F5, F6.
And here Alireza Firouzja in this possession.
Under 3 minutes walking into 4
And just to clarify that we did see the arbiter around the game between Wenjun and Han
the chain is no longer there, but first he hits the black rook. That is a nice inclusion for white, because the rook now will be on a slightly unstable square. And surely it's time either e6 to try and break that front,
quickly
change
played
the
on the
direction
board.
of the black king, or
F5, F6. And here Alireza Firouzja in this possession. F5, it's gonna happen. F4 Firouzja. You've got to make that move. Must win for white. Get F5, F6 in. Get F5, E6 in if you have to.
that is a nice inclusion for white. Coming, the rook now will lose his rook. He loses the other one. He hits the white queen, but big mistake apparently. That is a very loose square. Firouzja goes into the center. The problem now is that white have back rank ideas. In some positions, you can clear the A file and take the knight. You can swoop in with the white rook, hit the black king on the back rank. That looks scary now for Vincent Keimer, who's Armageddon run. Could this be a 5th loss in Armageddon in a row?
It's heartbreaking to watch Keimer go through this. Just every classical game, such a fantastic fight, taking it to the Armageddon and going down every single time. 4 losses, all of them in an Armageddon.
He's been piling on the pressure in the classical, but this hasn't switched when it comes to Armageddon. Rook to D3, attacking the queen.
It's a huge blunder. Bishop takes knight, wins on the spot due to that back rank idea. Bishop takes knight, no matter how black recaptures. At the end, there will be a check, driving the black king to the e7 square. Then white bishop will land, bishop f5 check, and the rook to d3, which just moved there, gets forked. It's over. Bishop takes knight.
He sees it.
Yeah.
He 100% sees it. Alireza, he's reaching for the knight. There it is. He's about to get his 3rd win.
Vincent's going to realize. He's going to realize he's done it again on the spot. He was okay just 3 moves ago, a couple of blunders. He's going to be the exchange down. Queen trade.
It's an endgame, but the rook check is coming. The bishop check is following it up. You're about to win an exchange. And there it is. He's calculated all the way through. No one stopping Alireza Firouzja, not today. Alireza, he's reaching for the knight. There it is. He's about to get his 3rd win.
Sting in the tail here. Without that move, black might have shut the door. So put the bishop back on e4, blocked you with a rook, counterplay. But now going for the black king. This is going to be a mating attack, and the black king drops back. Watch out, rook takes pawn,
but the rook check is coming. The bishop check is following it up. You're about to win an exchange. And there it is. He's calculated all the way through. No one stopping Alireza Firouzja, not today.
It's almost over for Vincent as he's looking down the barrel of another defeat for Alireza, introducing a new pawn. He just wants to make a fast pawn. The king is going to make a beeline into the center, and for Vincent, just not going his way in Armageddon.
Rains of pause, as they say. Something's got to change for Vincent. He had such a great game earlier. Could have won classical. He needs to get the job done in classical, it feels like, at this rate. Because Armageddon, something's been off. Now, Bishop's on a nice stable square, but hitting nothing. Rook check. Alireza is going to pick up another pawn.
Just not going his way in Armageddon.
Doing this clinically. It's move by move, and you can see it on Vincent. Vincent Keymer that he knows that he's just delaying the inevitable here. Alireza Firouzja putting the finishing touches to it. Do you give a check, start marching with the H-pawn up the board?
Sufficient, it's good enough. He can also not rush with that plan as well. He can also take the time to centralize the king, get it into the action.
You can see it on Vincent Keymer that he knows it is instead just delaying, getting closer. Inevitable here. Oh, Vincent looks like he's about to resign. Putting the finishing touches to it. Do you give a check, start marching with the H-pawn up the board?
D-pawn and somehow trick your way past White's rook. The White king can step over later to guard against this. Alireza first threatens a mate. Black's king is caught in the kill zone. It is a mating net. Thanks to the F-pawn coming up. The White rook swooping across to G7. It's the magic 3. Pawn now joining the 2 attacking rooks.
That's a beautiful technique right there by Alireza Firouzja. He set up the kill zone for Black King, and there's no fighting it. King to G8, the only move, or you resign.
F6 comes, G7 check comes, Black King is caught in the kill zone. It is a mating net. Checkmating the F-pawn coming up. The White rook
Lawnmower, Rip Roller, has many names.
The ladder. Beautiful. Glad I didn't.
F6, no, the ladder is also one.
Kill zone for Black King, and there's no fighting the check. Final few checks. The only move, but no one's defending the mate.
King is going to make a run for it, and this is it.
Checkmating escapes. King is going to step forward to F4 safely now. Hitting the bishop. At least the Black rook is guarded.
Has many
G7 square. White is now threatening F7 check. White can swap the rooks if he really wants to. F7 is a forced checkmate here. There's going to be a beautiful finish to this game. The White rook can land on H7. Check.
Sit back and enjoy. Watch it unfold.
He's going to play it. He spotted it.
Stunning.
Forced the move. It's going to be promotion with a just check. And the mate incoming. G7 square. White is now threatening.
And Vincent gonna I was gonna say allow the checkmate, but there comes the knight, and that forces resignation from Vincent. Alireza Firouzja wins the Armageddon.
Beautiful. A smile on Vincent's face. He allowed that. He set it up. He allows the checkmate in 2 with that knight promotion. One of the rooks should deliver because of that incoming. But Alireza, impressive in that Armageddon, despite Vincent's bad streak.
Allow the checkmate, and we're in the throes of time trouble. We're going to go to Jujina, who is defending this position against Divya Deshmukh, turning things around.
Divya Gettin, we were calling the tiebreaker in this one. It looks like she's right back in form after that one move queen blunder yesterday in this Armageddon with the black pieces, an extra piece, an extra pawn. An extra pawn in the position. The white bishop looks like a dead piece to me.
Time trouble. We're going to go to Jujina, who is defending this position against Divya Deshmukh.
This is where knights are so much stronger than bishops. The knight is so stable.
We were calling the tiebreaker in this one. It looks like she's right back in form after that one move queen blunder yesterday in this Armageddon with the black pieces, an extra piece, an extra pawn. An extra pawn in the position. The white that bishop, the king forced to unpin himself, defend, and now it's time that he starts marching up the board with the G pawn.
This is where follow forward if the white rook ever moves. She wants to do it with her knight though. Makes a lot of sense. Maybe even stronger. White has a nice outpost. No, it's going to be a deadly check. And
she wants to move.
No happy squares. You want to keep that F pawn guarded as well. The knight joining it in to assist the black G pawn coming in next. Rook takes bishop, a huge threat on the board with knight b4 forks to follow up.
King d2 would lose on the spot. D2 rook takes bishop. Her knight though makes a lot of sense. Maybe even stronger. Bishop had to run. Has a nice outpost. Now the knight combined with the pawn, combined with the rook against the 3.
No happy squares. You want to keep that F pawn guarded as well. The knight joining it in to assist the black G pawn.
Also good enough. Where can that bishop go? It cannot step forward to d3 because of the tactic you guys have highlighted. Also knight c3 is in the end. Knight f4 also in the equation.
You might be forced to put it to c2 then. And that's not a happy square either, with the rook jumping in to pin it and win it.
Yeah, and rook b2, you just take it next time. And again, this fork in the air. Bishop a2 might be the only way to keep that piece on the board.
And now Divya, who needs only a draw in the Armageddon, could jump in with the knight and simply trade the knight and the bishop and be guaranteed a draw. But she wants more. She wants the piece, and Zhuzhina resigns.
Wow, we have another decisive result. Divya winning in a classical. She survived what was a really tough opening. She turned it around, walked away with 3 points. 3 decisive results.
And now that makes me a very happy commentator today. It looks like I'm winning the prediction game. And here it looks like we've got a result. This one ends.
Wow, we have another decisive result. Divya winning in a classical. She survived
in a few minutes' time. Wenjun unable to break the duck and get her first classical win. Humpy on the defensive the whole game, hold strong. This is huge for the standings. We've seen such a bloodthirsty round. You've got the win, but
looks like I'm winning the prediction
causing a
game.
real shake-up to all of the standings. And we've just had crazy few minutes in a repetition.
You love to see it, right? I mean, all the Armageddon drama, the decisive chess. I think the shocker has been Magnus Carlsen with his 3rd loss, going down in the classical to Wesley. So not just that, Alireza Firouzja clawing his way back up in his matchup against Vincent Keimer, worse in the classical. You know, he came into round 5 with a lead. He keeps it. He keeps a grip on the tournament and is still the man to beat.
He's still very much the man out there in front as we recap on today's classical results. Alireza Firouzja drew the classical against Vincent, but he walked away with an Armageddon win. But as Tanya mentioned, the sensation of the round was Wesley So beating Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces in the classical to net full 3 points. Gukesh, he just turned 20 yesterday and he celebrated, I would say not in style, but certainly in form as he walks away with 3 points. And the women's, we saw our second decisive result as Divya Deshpur won against Zhuzhina with the black piece.
This 3-pointer actually means that she leapfrogs in the standings. With Bibisara going down in the Armageddon, it's going to be Divya Deshpur in the lead.
Celebrated. Divya will move to 8.5 points. Bibisara Assaubayeva on 8. Yes, we have a new leader.
For the first time in Norway chess, a leader not named Bibisara Assaubayeva. It's Divya Deshpur, the debutante, the World Cup winner.
It's a black day. All the 3 winners in classical, all the black pieces, very different styles. I would say Wesley just sort of the smooth positional outplaying of Magnus Carlsen. Divya rode her luck. She was busted in the openings, dead lost position, survived to a worse endgame. Worse. Zhuzhina pushed too hard and she countered, won. And of course, Gukesh game as well. Up and down. And maybe the wildest of all.
Talking about the wildest of all, it was cinema for a few moments. So what we're going to do is we're going to break. When we come back, we're going to break down what exactly went down and how.
She was busted in the openings, dead lost position, survived to a worse endgame. Worse. Zhuzhina pushed too hard and she won.
Wesley, congratulations on a masterpiece.
No, it's not masterpiece, but I'm very pleased to beat Magnus.
Talking about the wildest of all, it was cinema for a few moments. So what we're going to do is we're going to break. When we come back, we're going to break down what exactly went down.
But yeah, regardless, it's still. I think it's my second classical victory against him. So it's a huge win.
Wesley, congratulations on a masterpiece.
I'm a big fan of masterpiece, but I'm very
I think that also the studio from us is a big fan of you today because Hammer said at one point, Wesley did not miss that.
Did not miss that? Yeah, that's a good thing. That's a good sign. I was actually trying to remember. But I had regardless. For some idea, I thought my second classical victory against him. So it's a huge win. I could very well be mixing up my big fan of my preparation. But
I think that also the studio from us is a big fan of you today because Hammer said at one point, Wesley did not miss that.
Yeah, did not miss that? Yeah, that's a good thing. That's a good sign. I was actually trying to remember. Yeah, still to play one game. I look forward to that.
Congratulations, Wesley.
Gukesh, congratulations on the victory. Please share with us how did the game go? First, we saw that you were surprised in the opening.
Yeah, as Quincy too, I'd kind of seen it before, but I couldn't remember anything was the board. Yeah, I played Bishop D6, which luckily got him out of it. I thought I had to go CD, Bishop G5 with a slight edge maybe. What he did was also interesting.
Congratulations on the victory. Please share with us how did the game go? First, we saw that at the very end, both of you were very low on the court. Tell us what happened those last moments when you were attacking his team.
Yeah, it was maybe a bit easier for me because I just needed to throw everything at his kid. Bishop d6, which luckily got him out. And there were so many tricks that I got super nervous at the end. It's like, luckily the tricks kind of worked out for me. But
Congratulations on the victory.
I mean, even after he blundered e5, I felt like he kept finding these knight b6 resources, which is so tricky. I have no clue about the evaluation. It was maybe a bit easier for me because I'm just happy that I threw everything to this kid. Bishop d6.
Final question I have, how did you spend your rest day, also birthday at the same time?
I did a lot of fun things. Luckily, we all went for a boat ride and got to drive the speedboat. I mean, even after he blundered e5, and I rested a bit, prepared. He kept finding nothing special resources.
Worked out. Congratulations one more time and best of luck for
it. It was maybe a bit easier for me because I'm just happy that
back after an eventful round of Norway chess and Norway chess women, and we are back and we're ready to dissect everything that went down. But we have a very special guest in the studio with us. It is Grandmaster Wesley So. He's joining us after his win against Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces. So Wesley, how are you feeling? We are
wonderful, ecstatic. What else? Yeah, I'm as I said in the other studio, I'm a big fan of Magnus. He's done so much to the chess world, but also to my chess career. So yeah, to beat him for the second time.
So he's joining us after and in Norway chess again. Because the very first time was in Stavanger, right? So
yeah,
Wesley,
2018.
how are you feeling? Yeah, and how does this game compare?
What else? Yeah. So maybe that's a good sign. I said in the other studio, I'm 2019 and different. He's done so much chess to the chess world, but also to I guess maybe that's his weakness, defending the home court to beat him. So sometimes a lot of pressure playing on your hometown, playing for your fans.
And just walk us through your game, because it started out with Magnus developing the bishop out, and then you just went forward with this h6 g5. I mean, how were you feeling? Were you confident?
No. Yeah, when he played bishop g5 on the Italian, I realized it was going to be a long day, but I wasn't particularly happy because I didn't, it's kind of my weakness, all this bishop g5 Italian. I kind of don't understand the position, what's happening, so complex. So yeah, definitely worried at some point, but fortunately I think he wasn't that super well prepared either when he started using a lot of time. Yeah, when he played I couldn't remember my analysis either when he played a4, bishop g3. Black has so many moves but I wasn't particularly happy because I couldn't remember anything. I think Prague played 8 here against me in the St. Phil Cup. I don't understand the position, what's happening. So I had no idea what was going on. I was just definitely worried I wouldn't get but I wouldn't lose right away.
It's funny that you said that you couldn't remember your analysis because Magnus went into the confessional so he couldn't remember his analysis either.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so tricky. This bishop g5 Italian, I remember I worked with this for white. But then every time I played with white rather than this game, I would get a worse position. So I would get a worse position with white, I would get a worse position with black, and so at some point I thought I'd just play h6 or move 4.
It's funny that you said that you couldn't remember your analysis because Magnus went into the confessional, so he couldn't remember his analysis
where do you think the
yeah.
turning points are? Where do you feel that?
Yeah, it's so tricky. This bishop g5 Italian, I remember I worked with this for white.
When did you start getting
but then every time I played with white, when his time got really low, when he went to 6 minutes, I would get a worse position with white, I would get the worst 6 minutes and he wasn't really better. At some point I thought I just play 8. I knew I had good chances because Norway you don't get additional time. With 10 seconds increment is really like a rapid game. So when his time started to tick, I knew that I was going to get chances. But actually he could repeat moves. Like when he played 9g3, and I played queen h6, maybe queen h6 is okay. He could repeat moves with knight f5. Because if I take on f5 then at least the f5 would go. So I thought that's what he was going to do. I knew I had good chances. But I wasn't sure if he was still playing for a win or what he was trying to do. But I think he should really make a draw because black wasn't worse. And then when he retreated his knight to the passive f1 square, I was very happy. Like when he played 9g3, when he played knight f1, maybe when h6
we got really critical here and you started really putting the pressure on playing aggressively when he went knight to f1. And here, you didn't even bother defending b7.
Yeah, because I think he should really can take all my queen side pawns because his king is you have to make the king. That's the goal of chess, yeah. So when he plays queen e1, takes, knight g6, yeah, like if you take rook b7, rook f4, then I noticed I had e4 coming next, knight e5. Yeah, like e4. Because I thought, okay, I just can take all my queen side pawns because you have to make my king is very safe. Also, he's not very passive. So that's the goal of here. It's already very passive position for him. He should really repeat moves earlier. Knight f5, knight g6. passive knight. If you say b7, rook f4. But I feel I've noticed I had e4. It's a difficult position.
Yeah.
And you finish it off beautifully. Wesley, looking at it, it felt like a very controlled performance today. On camera, you looked like Mr. Chill, very cool. Were you feeling as calm as you looked on camera?
That's the goal of here. Well, because I'm normally very nervous playing Magnus, but I knew he wasn't in his best form in this tournament. But I feel like I don't think it's a difficult position.
And you finish it off.
Yeah, something just feels a bit off. Normally, I'm very nervous when playing Magnus. You know, like I'm gonna lose for sure. As he said so himself, I just wanted to play a good game. Well, because I'm normally very nervous playing Magnus, but I knew he was disappointed with some of the earlier games in this tournament. Like I don't think like yesterday against Alireza. After my opening preparation, I messed up real quickly. I couldn't understand the position, so I was a bit disappointed. But I was trying to play some good chess. And I just wanted to play a good game, not to focus on learning the results. Because as Vincent Keimer said, if I think too much about the results, some of the earlier games in this tournament mess things up for sure. Like yesterday, better not to play some good moves. But I was actually opening preparation. Yeah, in the end game, in the weekly, I couldn't understand. Night end game when I was post up. I was of course very nervous because if I don't win this one, then I'll never beat Magnus. Play some good chess.
I mean, the way you played today, it felt like you were so in control of your game. And Wesley, I have to ask you this: that after all these years, when you're playing against Magnus, do you still feel? Because we talk about this a lot in our commentary. Is there still that Magnus aura sitting opposite him, or now it just feels like another top level challenge?
I was of course very nervous because there always be a Magnus or never beat Magnus because he's so good, not only in the moves but also everything else. Physicality, mentally, he's got a lot of stamina. So there's always be a Magnus aura. But
when you're playing against Magnus,
but also it depends on his form.
Because we talk about this a lot in our commentary.
Was it useful for you to have a rest day yesterday, knowing that you were going to play Magnus Carlsen today?
Yeah, I'm not sure because we had the games, so it's not exactly a rest day. But we had a great time. Players had a great time. I wasn't sure if it's more useful to me or to Magnus because normally normally like in Wycombe, Magnus would lose a game and then there would be a rest day and then he'd win 4 in a row. So that's usually how he bounces back. So I wasn't sure if it was gonna help Magnus recover. Yeah, I'm not sure because we had the games, so it's not exactly a rest.
But you had a good time on the rest day and you
where were you guys? I wasn't sure.
Who won the sailboat competition?
Of course. Normally like in Wycombe, Magnus would lose Berkeley Boy and then there would be a rest day. The experience, we have the experience team. We have Humpy, we had Anna, and we had Jinner. So we have like 3 30-something year olds. So we were very experienced. And on the other team, we have Magnus, Kaigan,
Who won the sailboat competition?
Was it your first time sailing?
Yeah, normally like in Wycombe, would lose Berkeley.
You love Norway?
Yeah. I love all these games. I mean, I'm very grateful Norway Chess has these games because it's a good experience. We have like 3 chess players. Also, like chess is a very individual sport, so it's on the other team. It's a great time to spend time with your colleagues. That's why I love playing in team events. But you got to spend time with birthday boy Gukesh. Also, you got to know a bit more. I love all these games. I'm very grateful Norway Chess has these games. You have the hard question. Also, Sindarov didn't get him a gift sport, so it's a great time to spend with your colleagues. That's why I love playing.
Pull up the leaderboard and ask how you're feeling about the second half of the tournament now that we're halfway. How confident are you about winning this event?
What's the standing? 8.5. You have the hard question. Well, anything can happen because everyone is very strong. So anyone can beat anybody. You can't really be too safe until the very last round. But halfway looking great so far. I could never imagine I'd be 8.5 because before tournament they asked me how many points do you think you'd score, and I said 12.5, maybe maximum 13.
More than halfway there.
Well, anything can happen because everyone is very maximum 13. So I was like,
okay, well, how are you liking the scoring system?
Anyone can beat anybody. You can't. Well, it's going well for me.
It's going well, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, if I lose too many Armageddon games, then I will hate it.
So far, I could never imagine.
And Wesley, you've been winning so many Armageddon games here, and today you get this big classical win in getting those 3 points. You have so much respect for Magnus. Does it make it even more special for you that you won the game with Black in the classical?
How are you liking the scoring system?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Well, it's beating Magnus in any classical game. Yeah, but I mean, if I lose too many Armageddon games, then I will hate it. Yeah.
And Wesley, you've been
But I
winning so many
also want to
Armageddon games
congratulate
here,
him on
and today you
his
get this big classical
his baby
win
and also
getting
his
those 3
wedding.
points.
So I mean, those are two really
have so much
important big
respect
things
for
on his
Magnus.
life.
Does it make it even more
Yeah, I'm hoping he
special
bounces back
that you won the
but
game
just
with
not
Black
against
in the classical?
Also after this, we're playing the same team in Hong Kong. So I'm hoping he.
You need him there.
Oh yeah, we're gonna need him there. But Badim's team. But I also want to congratulate him on his baby. Also his wedding.
Wesley, we love hearing from you. When are you going to join the confessional?
Yeah, that's true. So who usually joins? Magnus? But just not again.
Gukesh did today.
Also after this, we're playing the same team in Hong Kong. So I'm hoping
You need him there. Are you superstitious?
we're gonna need him
Wesley?
there. Badim's team. Not really, no.
No. Okay.
No.
So it's not like the confessional going, not going doesn't bother you.
Yeah, just don't know what to say.
Okay.
Just give us a shout
Because
out.
I'm not really the type of person who likes talking to myself.
You'll be talking to us, Wesley. You'll be talking to us.
Yeah, just need to find a good topic. Also,
Are you superstitious?
not sure how Magnus feeling, but the Spurs standard, still at 2 in the morning.
No. Okay.
No,
So
more.
it's not like the
So I'm
confessional
not sure if
going,
he's
not
gonna
going
stay up
doesn't
for it.
bother you.
Yeah, just don't know what to say.
Okay.
Are you going to watch Game 7? Not really
Bed by 2 a.m.
the type of person who likes talking to myself. I'm probably going to be the best game.
You'll be talking to us.
Yeah, just need to find a good topic.
Thank you, Wesley, for joining us. Congratulations once again on your win against Magnus, and we hope you join us again. Yes.
Yes. See, we're bringing you the good luck, Wesley, so you need to come back to
You
us.
absolutely do need to come back to us, and we have liftoff in the Armageddon, so let's get tucked into the action that is happening.
You'll be talking to us.
As we see Wenjun with the white pieces, she started off with a time advantage, but she is in a must-win scenario as she faces off against Humpy Canary. Humpy has to hold tight. It's all about getting a draw or a win, and then she'll walk away with 1.5 points. Armageddon, so let's get
This was a Queen's
tucked
Pawn
into
opening
the action
that
that
actually
is
started as a reversed semi-Slav.
as we see
So many
Wenjun with the white
Such a big
pieces.
trend. This
She
whole
started
event
off
of
with a
players
time
playing black
advantage,
links
but
just
she
with the white
is in a
pieces, with
must-win
tempo more.
scenario
And after the
as
exchange of
she
pawns on the
faces
last
off against
couple of moves,
Humpy
Wenjun
Humpy
broke down the
has
center,
to hold tight.
hoping to fight
It's all
against
about getting a
Black's
draw or
nice
win,
formation
and then
here.
she'll walk away with
Humpy though,
1.5
burning
points.
so much time on the clock, 2.5 minutes spent on only 9 moves. This is Armageddon. She's down to 4.5 minutes. She's got less than half of Wenjun's time.
And thus is a reflection of the struggles that Humpy has been having in Oslo pretty much every round. As she does brace herself, she does lean forward, she comes in with the bishop, pinning that knight on f3. But again, that's a huge time deficit for Humpy right out of the opening with all the minors still on the board.
For Wenjun now, in light of that time advantage, she can just hold the tension. She doesn't need to do anything
And thus is a
spectacular. Just
reflection of the
keep on
struggles that
forcing
Humpy has
Humpy
been
to
having
hand
in
time.
Oslo pretty much every round. Is it to keep the tension? Because Humpy might be setting up the d pawn, moving forward, trying to create some inroads for her knight to jump in. But again, now that there's a pin along, the diagonal right out of the opening with all the minors still on the board.
Looks like that might be a positional threat
For
in the
Wenjun
near
now,
future.
in
Normally when a
light
pin
of
comes
that
out,
time
the
advantage,
automatic
she
response
can
is to
just
hit
hold
that
the
bishop.
tension.
I think that would be a
Doesn't
very
need to
decent
do
move. Ask the
anything
question,
spectacular.
retreat, you trade. That would at least force Humpy to burn a bit more time on the clock. She could try and keep the tension by moving her rook maybe, but then Black could close the center. The other alternative, the more forcing line, which she might be calculating, is to trade pawns in the center, but yeah, it's very much a stylistic thing. I don't think there's any right or wrong, but Wenjun at least thinking for the first time, that's going to give Humpy a little bit more confidence. I think that she'll just need to speed up herself.
She'll have to use Wenjun's time, thinking on the board to come up with her own moves. Humpy will. If you take that pawn on d5, the black queen steps forward. Ideas of the rook lining up at the center, the e-pawn moving forward. I think when you look at the position for black, it looks pretty healthy. The problem is the clock.
Stylistic thing, I don't think there's any right or wrong, but the gap closing back down to around 3 minutes. That's the difference when they started this game. game, Humpy a draw is enough, so she can just try to play super solid.
Thinking on the board to come up with her own moves. Humpy will, if you take that pawn on d5 with black queen steps forward, ideas of the rook lining up at the center.
Because Wenjun, it depends on how familiar she is with these type of positions, playing the black side. Because here you can, as David mentioned, kick away the bishop, you can centralize the rook. Usually the rook goes to the d1 square, and then you start applying the pressure on the d5 point. Those are kind of thematic ideas when you play this formation as black. But will Wenjun know that? I don't think she is a Slav player playing the black side.
I don't think so. She probably has dabbled at some point, but she chose this opening with white. Very flexible. She got a big time advantage. Now, she's been thinking for 2.5 minutes. Huge investment. That's a quarter of her start time in Armageddon, just on one move. Neither player has been informed, we should mention. Both players have really struggled with this event, so I think it's going to be a nervy encounter. She does decide to trade pawns after a long think. Good move? Don't think so. Now she needs to probably have dabbled at some point.
And she needs to be ready with her response. She's going to put the plant her knight at the center of the board. Knight to e4. If you take it, the bishop captures, hits the queen, and then white has time to develop further the bishop, the dark square bishop, bringing the rooks into the game. A pretty reasonable way to continue for white this one. Threatening knight takes knight if black doesn't do anything to destroy the pawn structure on the king side.
That's a big threat, so that's not something that Humpy will allow. She steps back with the bishop, but this simply allows the rook to slide over 2 squares and start threatening some uncovered attacks against the black queen.
The bishop, the dark square bishop, bringing the rooks into the game. A pretty reasonable way to continue for white this one. Threatening knight takes knight if black doesn't do anything to destroy the pawn structure on the king side.
That's a big threat, so that's
I think
not something that Humpy will allow. She steps back
it's just the fact that she's struggled so far this event, missing all her
simply allows the rook to slide over 2 squares and start threatening some uncovered
move 12. The players have been moving at a snail's pace.
And I think this happens, right, when we haven't had a single win, when you're shaky through the tournament, confidence has a way of showing itself, or the lack of it. And right now for both these players, second-guessing yourself, constantly checking, rechecking the lines, the moves are not flowing. And that's the internal battle you're fighting.
And Wenjun really sinking into thought, challenging the bishop. That's a good move.
She's gonna fall back with the bishop. You want to keep the tension on the diagonal rather than capturing it, allowing the white queen to step forward with some discovered threats on that blind centralized queen. Bishop takes knight. I can't believe a player like Humpy would ever take that decision. She falls back. That's the internal battle you're fighting.
Yeah, I think if Humpy were just devoid of any confidence, she might take that knight, but no chance. She wants the bishop pair.
She's gonna
to at least remain on the board for herself
back
right now.
with the bishop. You want to keep the tension on the diagonal rather than capturing it, allowing the white queen to step forward with some discovered threats on that blind centralized queen. Bishop takes knight. I can't believe a player like Humpy would ever take that decision. Gotta give. She falls back. Bishop h5 on the board. Is this the moment Wenjun plays Jovanka's idea of lining up the rook against the white bishop, or does she continue with the other bishop coming out in the game? She reaches out. Rook to d1 it is. Watch out for knight takes knight. Bishop takes pawn. Allowing the white queen to step forward with some discovered
the blue arrow appears. The queen has to drop back to the center. She goes long. She goes to a5, but bad things happen when queen is so far away from the king side. She's so far away from the action.
Plays Jovanka's idea
Suddenly
of lining
white
up the
is
rook
winning.
against
That
the white
is
bishop, or does she
crazy.
continue with the other bishop coming out in the game? She reaches out. Rook to d1 it is.
And it's just come from nowhere, and since she drops the knight back, and the evaluation goes bad. Yeah, I think the advantage was something to do with advancing on the king side with the pawns, putting more pressure, but here, this is already a knight is going to jump in.
Yeah, I love that g5 square eventually for the white knight to land on Jovanka and then line up your queen on the h file as well. With all kinds of threats on the king side, b5 right now would win you a pawn instantly at the center of the board, essentially forcing an endgame if you were to capture it with your queen.
Something to do with advancing on the king side with the pawns, putting more pressure, but here, this is already a knight is going to jump in.
More positionally here, she wanted to be materialistic around the board, so she has to continue down this route now. The downside is white hasn't extended on the queen side. Black is going to get counterplay a lot with c5, probably up to a queen trade now, but then the rooks are going to come to life.
Essentially forcing an endgame if you were to capture it with your queen.
Compensation.
In a must-win Armageddon, I'm slightly surprised with Wenjun's choice of cashing in with that extra pawn, but giving so much activity and easy moves to to Humpy. Rook c8 coming in next. You could also break open with a6 some more files, but I love this approach. You hit that c3 pawn, the knight landing on c4, the knight landing on d5. Once you go rook d8 next, you could even start with it at this moment. Bring that knight to the center of the board. Watch out for c4. Wenjun setting up a sneak Armageddon. I'm slightly surprised.
You've got to watch out for c4. You also got to watch out for those hitting sounds, which makes you feel as though you're in the room. You can hear the players punch their clocks. Feel the tension. There is tension as the players are in this very nervy Armageddon. And the time has really whistled down for both players.
Just at move 21, so we'll hear that clock being tapped a bunch more before the players get any increment. 1 second increment kicks in at move 40. Humpy has 20 moves to make in 2.5 minutes. There we go, the clock hit. But after a brilliant move there, hitting the knight, hitting the b5 pawn, double tap. He's going to win back some material. c4 might be forced, but then the knight's going to take that pawn. Close to equality, close to that draw she needs. 21, we'll hear that clock being tapped.
She's about to win that pawn back. Pieces are pretty active. Wenjun defends that knight at the center of the board. And now some tempting options. You could double up on the c file. You could pick up the b5 pawn as well. But I'm always scared of the c4 idea. Rook takes pawn c4. You need to be really careful you're not losing big materials.
That is definitely such a big trick that Wenjun has up her sleeve. If Humpy wants to play it safe, avoid any calculations, she simply just solidifies that knight.
And now some tempting options.
She can just develop the rook, get the rook into the game. There's no rush with capturing the pawn on b5 because white's extra pawn on c3 is not that good.
She does it. She doubles down on that c pawn. Rook takes pawn. Now a big threat. c4 will be met by knight takes pawn next.
Avoid any calculations. She simply just solidifies that knight.
And now some tempting options.
She can just she's not the fastest player, I think, in terms of blitz. She's a great rapid player from the World Rapid Champion, but I mean, this is not easy. She's got just over 100 seconds to make 18 moves.
Humpy absolutely hates not having increment. To having to play for flagging or to defend your own self with flagging and sort of just putting those moves out on the board, it doesn't come naturally to Humpy, who's a very classical player.
Was from her when the clock ticked down. Last year here in Norway chess, she hung a rook due to the fact that there's only 1 second increment in the Armageddon. She's put a rook on freeze, heartbreaking loss against by Charlie.
Humpy absolutely
she's got a great position here with black.
To having to play for flagging or to defend your own self with flagging and sort of just putting those moves out on the board, it doesn't come naturally to Humpy. It was about a minute's deficit on the clock. She brings in that knight, which was on the edge of the board, wants to trade it off for Wenjun's most active piece in the center. And then eventually after that trade, get your other knight to the center of the board. Really go for that c3 pawn.
And the trade is forced because if you do not capture that knight, then black is simply threatening to play knight takes bishop and take the pawn on c3.
And
everything will be completely level, and that Wenjun will be the one struggling to deal with black's activity.
Most active piece in exchange, the idea to go into an endgame, giving Humpy all this initiative that's coming to haunt Wenjun right now. Really go for that c3 pawn.
The trade is forced because if you do not capture that knight, then black is simply threatening to play knight takes bishop.
She's clinging onto an extra pawn, but when you have such passive pieces like this, it's hard to win a game.
And every move Humpy's playing is coming with a threat on the board. She's just forcing Wenjun into defense. Wenjun says, I've had enough. I'm going to get a few of my own attacking ideas on the board. Now going for Humpy's left flank pawns.
Actually, Wenjun's played in ages, but Humpy kicks out that rook. Fantastic practical decision. She's going to kick out that rook, then she's just going to come back and say, you can't repeat. No way you put your rook back on e7 after the knight.
And every move Humpy's playing is coming with a threat on the board.
Armageddon, a draw is as good as a loss for the player playing white. So Wenjun has to try again. Rook to d5. Moving. She has to move. She has to keep ahead of the clock as well.
And that's barely any extra time now for Wenjun. As she does come back with the rook, Humpy instantly goes forward with the knight, repeating the position once. Wenjun has to find a way to keep the game going. The c3 pawn about to fall. Defensive.
So Wenjun has to try again.
Can black safely take that pawn? The big question. She does go in, Humpy. She feels it safe. It looks safe against the eval bar. She's calculated it. it well. If everything comes off the board, rook
any
endgame,
extra time now for
very
Wenjun, as she does come back. In fact, if anything, it's Humpy's rooks that are far more active on the open C line. Wenjun's pawns that are easy targets. The F4 pawn weak, the A2 pawn potentially coming into attack if you have a pure rook pawn endgame. So far, very clinical by Koneru Humpy.
Feels it safe to create some balance for Wenjun. Does she leave the knight on the board for the bishop? The bishop is quite strong though, and it might go back to a really nice diagonal, really nice squares. Taking it off might lead to a draw, but not taking it might lead to worse. Hard decision now for Wenjun. He's down to 40 seconds. Still 10 moves to make. 4 seconds per move now.
Oh, she trades bishop, takes the knight for the bishop, and now we're in a pure rook and pawn endgame. In comes the rook,
She leaves the knight on the board for
attacking the pawns.
Those are two pawns under attack right now. Humpy has to save one of them. She's about to give up the other, but the black rook's activity will more than compensate.
No, the rook is going to come and to a3, and this is it. Humpy spotted the way to equality, and equality is going to net her 1.5 points. For the bishop, and now we're in a pure rook and pawn endgame. In comes the rook,
playing on because she has to,
attacking the
not
pawns.
with any realistic
Pawns are under
winning
attack right
chances.
now.
If the A and B pawns
Humpy
disappear,
has to
it's
save one of them.
nothing to play
She's
for.
about to give up the
Handshake
other, but the
should be a
black
draw,
rook's
but not
activity
getting
will
it.
more than compensate. But Humpy has to keep an eye on the clock. She needs to play fast. Wenjun will try and flag her.
Spotted the way to equality, and equality is going to net her 1.5 as the pawns start advancing, throwing in some checks.
She's going to hide her king on h3. She'll have to hide her king on h3 if she wants any chances to continue this one. As Humpy cuts off the white king, now Humpy's king is coming forward.
Great play by Humpy.
Humpy has to keep an eye on the clock. She needs to play fast. Wenjun will try and flag
No winning
her.
plan for white. King can't walk away from the pawns without any risk. Black king.
He looks up, makes that eye contact,
throwing in some checks.
and that's the sign. Are you ready for a draw? Wenjun says, I want to play on. She's going to put her king on h3 if she has to try to do anything. White king. Now Humpy's king is coming forward.
Doing. She can just move her rook now.
7 seconds for Wenjun. She's the one who's got less time on the clock.
She's cut off the white king. The white king can't move now. White can't walk away. Get back into the game. She can just wait. Just wait with
Make
her
a
king.
move.
Now the players are on their seconds. It's all going to hinge on who can play the
Wenjun says,
fastest.
I want to play on.
Don't move
She's going to
black
put her
king.
king on
Don't move
h3
black
if she
king.
has to
That
try
would
to
be
do
checkmate.
anything.
She goes
Now
behind.
Humpy's king is coming forward.
Trying now desperately Wenjun to break her king forward.
7 seconds for Bring your king forward as well. Stop that king from getting in anywhere. Wenjun just trying to flag Humpy. Humpy down to 3 seconds on the clock.
Wenjun falls. She loses on time. Handshake.
Now the
Humpy
players are
gets
on
her
their
first win
seconds.
of the
It's all
tournament.
going to hinge on who can play. Someone had to break the pattern, and Humpy Koneru is the one who wins the Armageddon and walks away with 1.5 points. It was, in the end, quite a nice game from Humpy, just keeping control.
Absolute control from start to finish with the black pieces. She lost a pawn in the middle, but has enough counterplay. I think Wenjun's best shot in this game was not to get greedy, try to create that king side attack. She did have some chances there, but rushed into that. And after that, I think Humpy just was class.
Armageddon and walks away with
Played the
1.5
opponent
points.
in Armageddon, and
It was,
Wenjun
in the
knows
end,
Humpy's style.
quite
They've
a
met
nice
each other so
game
many
from
times
Humpy.
before. Humpy actually has a better head-to-head
Absolute
than
control from
Wenjun
start to
fight
finish
to
with the black
Africa.
pieces. She lost a
So I
pawn
think
in
that
the
was
middle, but
the
has
trading
enough
point
counterplay.
allowing
I
to
think
become
Wenjun's best
endgame.
shot
Right,
in
she
this
needs to
game
tap to
was
Wenjun
not
and
to get greedy, try to
something's up
create
with
that
her.
king
There's
side
no
attack.
energy
She did
in
have
her
some
play.
chances there, but rushed
Well,
into that.
one thing though,
And after
we
that, I think
started
Humpy
the
just
second half with a bang. 3 decisive results. Congratulations, Tanya, on successfully predicting that there will be 3 classical wins. 2-2, nothing for me. But let's recap on today's results and let's see. Well, it was the big news of the day. Magnus Carlsen losing with the black pieces to Wesley So. Wesley So with that 3 points leapfrogs into second place for Ali Reza Frujda. He continued his Armageddon winning ways with a victory in Armageddon against Vincent Simon, who's not quite finding his Armageddon stride. And it was a massive clash between Prague and Gukesh. We're going to break that down later on. And it was a victory for the world champion Gukesh. And in the women's, we saw finally another decisive result with Divya Deshmukh winning against Julie Jeanette to pick up 3 points to overtake Bibisara and Assaubayeva in the standings. Now, one of the most wildest games that we looked at was Gukesh playing with the black pieces against Pragnananda. That looked like it was crazy.
It was indeed crazy, Ivanka. It could have been very different.
Another
Prag again, a very promising opening, very promising middle game. And I'm just going to jump in and show the last half dozen moves where the players suddenly, low on time, started to make some mistakes and it swung wildly back and forth. We jumped in here, White's Knights against the Black Bishops. Black pieces against an exclamation mark. Black has a 4 versus 2 pawn majority on the king side. White's king was the target. Black, however, is facing 4 versus 3 on the other side. And Prag here found a brilliant sacrifice. Knight takes b6, double exclam, and here, Gukesh should have actually ignored this. Should incredibly have left his rook. Started going for the white king, pawn to g4. Ending this game. Instead, Gukesh took the knight, took the bait. Prag now showed the point, step forward. White has such strong pawns here. And this was the last turning point, I feel, at least in a practice sense. Prag getting greedy. I'm stunned by this move. It's uncharacteristic of him. I mean, the logical continuation is to push pawns. Pushing either pawn would have led to a winning advantage for White. About to make a new queen. Black's rooks are toast. They are going to fall victim to the pawns. Instead, though, playing a really strange move. Queen takes on b6, losing time, taking an eye off the ball, allowing counterplay. g4, Gukesh seizing his chance, and Prag compounding the mistake by touching pawns in front of his own king. Unfortunately, it's nearly never a good idea to open up your own king. He should have left it. He should have continued pushing his pawns anyway. But he allowed now the black queen forward. Queen g5 even stronger, but the momentum has stead at this point. Things started swinging against the open white king, and we see the red cross, we see blunders appear. Black centralizing here. Queen takes pawn, the only move going to an endgame. But Prag now no way back into this after he missed c7. He should have let it be pushed. He should have pushed. But now bishop takes d6, a brilliant sacrifice, and after the rook recaptured, the black swinging across with game's tempo, hitting g2, and this led to a mating attack. The final blow, we see the red takes f3, blunders appear. The trio, the 3 pieces coming in, forcing resignation because this would have been checkmate. Now, Prag unfortunately unable to handle the pressure when the clock ticks down.
And that's been the storyline in so many of the clashes between Gukesh and Prag. Somehow, whenever it does get messy, we've seen it, David, we were talking about this at the candidates as well, that Prag just always loses control in positions that are absolute chaos, and Gukesh seems to thrive in them. So another turnaround of that sort here, you know, when you're playing a player like Gukesh, you want to keep things more blocked, more chaotic, less chaotic, because Gukesh will be provoked regardless, and I think this time Gukesh just showed why you don't go into these kind of positions, try to keep more control. So for the world champion, this win, extremely important. At the bottom of the leaderboard, he gets those points to climb up, to try and be in the mix right now, and also it's exactly the kind of confidence boost you need if you're Gukesh jumping up to that 3rd place. I think there are 2 very shocking stories. One is, well, less shocking, Alireza Firouzja continues his fiery run, but the shocker, Magnus Carlsen once again at bottom place on the leaderboard.
Bottom place on the leaderboard, and just goes to show how a win in classical can just propel you up the standings, and also a loss as well can shoot you down. So we saw a new leader in the women's, Divya Deshmukh, Magnus Carlsen at the bottom, Alireza Firouzja continuing his winning ways. We've had Armageddons, we've had chaos, we've had perfection. What a day. But let's look ahead to tomorrow's pairings. And, well, you've seen these pairings before. Well, look again. Because this time we're going around the mountain, but with colours reversed. So which one of these are you looking most forward to?
You know, if it was anyone else, then we wouldn't bring this up, but because it's Magnus Carlsen, that's where my eyes go first. He's taking on the tournament leader, Alireza Firouzja, and let's not forget, Alireza started his campaign at Norway Chess with a classical win against Magnus Carlsen. Is this where Magnus turns things around, plays spoiler to Alireza, and restarts his own campaign for that 8th Norway Chess title? And I'm also going to highlight, before David, you take it over, Divya Deshmukh versus Wenjun. Divya has suddenly taken the lead from Assaubayeva, and she's playing a very struggling women's world champion. Let's not forget, Alireza started his campaign at Norway Chess with a classical win against Magnus Carlsen. Is this where Magnus turns things around, plays spoiler to Alireza, and restarts his own campaign for that 8th Norway Chess title? And I'm also going to highlight, before David, you take it over, Divya Deshmukh versus Wenjun. Divya has suddenly taken the lead from Assaubayeva, and she's playing a very struggling women's world champion.
It was a dramatic day, it was a wild ride, and wow, we all have to take a breath and just relax and just process exactly what we saw. David, Tanya, you guys were absolutely incredible. What a fantastic day, and it was was so good to have your expertise guiding us through every move, every moment. Thank you everyone for joining us and watching at home. It has been a blast. And we'll see you all tomorrow because we have big questions and those big questions will be answered. See you then. Just relax and just process exactly what we saw. David, Tanya, you guys were absolutely incredible. What a fantastic day. And it was so good to have your expertise guiding us through every move, every moment. Thank you everyone for joining us and watching. And it was so good to have your expertise guiding us through every